Chapter 436. It's just that I've woken up from a dream. Zhang Yinluo did not fully understand, but she still vaguely sensed something. The meeting didn't go well? Sun Lang smiled and waved his hand. The world is not what we think it is. The truth is sometimes cruel, but it's better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. This is something he has to experience. He and Zhang Yinluo walked side by side on the path of the Marquis residence. As they walked, he chatted with Zhang Yinluo, or rather, he confided in someone he could trust. This Long Wanda is too young, too simple, and sometimes very childish. He and Courier are two extremes. Long Wanda became a flame guard because of his family background, talent, and coincidence. He is somewhat idealistic and has not seen the truth of the world. Sun Lang raised his head and thought for a moment. Then, he thought of a very suitable sentence. In other words, this guy has a face that has never been bullied before. Zhang Yinluo turned to look at him. So you bullied him? Sun Lang said proudly. This is called a conversation in life. This is called a personality correction. This is called imparting life experience to him. If you ask me, although I don't know what exactly happened, he was beaten so badly by Courier and was chased all the way to Mingzhou. Such an embarrassing result. He must have asked for it. He counted with his fingers and rambled on. You don't know how naive he is. There was internal turmoil in the Lihua kingdom, and he actually ran to Mingzhou, wanting old Hu to act as a middleman and pass on a message to the empire for help. Damn it, those bastards in the imperial court, when they are up to no good, they eat people up without spitting out the bones. How many times have I told him that the officials are all bastards? He just doesn't believe me. Zhang Yinluo looked at Sun Lang and suddenly laughed. Sun Lang sensed something and raised his head. He glared at him. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yinluo pursed his lips and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that looking at you now, it suddenly occurred to me that in the past, you were probably even more talkative and meddlesome than Huaishou who. Sun Lang looked at Zhang Yinluo's mischievous smile, snorted and said proudly, Bullshit, there were two things I loved to do. One was to lure innocent people into the water, and the other was to persuade prostitutes to turn over a new leaf. You call that meddling in other people's business? The former is the liberation of women, while the latter is the light of humanity. They are clearly the great love of the human world. Zhang Yinluo already knew what kind of person Sun Lang was. Thus, he did not get angry after hearing Sun Lang's words. In fact, there was not even a ripple in his heart. Instead, he said with a cold expression, Oh, but you can't do either of those two things now. That's where you're wrong. I've never tried to seduce a virtuous woman before, but I feel that if I really wanted to do that, no matter how virtuous she is, as long as I touch her, Sun Lang said with a smile of exultation, and the achievement of persuading prostitutes to turn over a new leaf, I have already achieved it. At that time, I was in the country of acute metal. By chance, I suddenly realized that the power of self-preservation could also be controlled. So I attacked those big sisters who had lost their footing on the streets of the fog city. Zhang Yinluo's voice raised an octave. Attacked? Sun Lang spread out his hands and said, I wanted to pay the price first and then slowly try it in the house. First, it was too noisy. I was afraid of attracting attention and causing trouble. Second, if I made her happy, she would pester me, which was not very good. So I simply looked for targets on the street. Anyway, it was very foggy there, so it was convenient to move. After knocking her out, I dragged her to the side of the street and poked her. When I saw that she was about to die, then I stopped. Zhang Yinluo seemed to vaguely remember something, and his expression was a little strange. Then I took the blanket that I had prepared in advance and wrapped it around her body, leaving her the money that would take her 1,000 hours to earn. Then I floated away, hiding my identity and name. Sun Lang said with a proud face, Of course, I also considered the safety of the other party, so I just hid on the side, and then pointed my finger to wake her up. I watched this big sister go from confusion to shock to ecstasy, and then ran all the way home with the blanket and the money. In a flash, a light flashed in Zhang Yinluo's mind. There was only one truth. She pointed at Sun Lang and shouted in shock, "Jack the Ripper, so it's you!" Nonsense, it's obviously a little girl with scars on her body holding 2 knives. What a mess! Zhang Yinluo shouted. I've heard about it even in the Lihua Kingdom. They said that you specifically attacked prostitutes on foggy nights, and even cut their bellies open. Sun Lang said angrily, Bullsh**t. At most, I helped them adjust their endocrine and exocrine systems. Those big sisters that I visited were all safe and sound. In the end, they took the large sum of money and turned over a new leaf. I clearly did a good thing and helped those prostitutes escape from the fire pit. How did I become a man-killer ghost? Zhang Yinluo naturally believed that Sun Lang would not kill people for no reason, but the legend was so real that even she, who was far away in the country of fire, heard the news and stories related to it. She frowned and said, "Then how did this legend come about? Isn't it talking about you?" "It's talking about me." Sun Lang sighed and said, "It's probably because of the rumors and the rumors." In the end, even a group of Chunibyu called themselves the Knights of the Round Table came out to find me. Zhang Yinluo shook her head. Suddenly, she remembered something. She looked at Sun Lang with a burning gaze and said, "Wait, 1 or 2 years ago. I remember that during that time, there were a lot of supernatural and urban legends that suddenly appeared, and they were from all over the world. Could it be you?" Sun Lang's expression became a little strange, and he pretended to look around and said, "I don't know anything." Zhang Yinluo asked tentatively, "Rabbit murderer? Thin long ghost? Headless horseman?" Sun Lang said nonchalantly, "What's that, meow? I don't know anything, meow." The word meow already explains a lot. Zhang Yinluo complained loudly and then sighed, "Really, what did you do to become such a legend?" "Humph, I was still very scared at that time." Sun Lang's eyes lit up, but Zhang Yinluo had already figured out this guy's temper. She said loudly, "If you dare to scare me, I will ignore you for the rest of my life. Do you hear me?" Sun Lang clicked his tongue with a look of pity and said, "Tisk, you really want to do that?" After forcing Sun Lang to promise that he would not use any tricks to scare her, Zhang Yinluo breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is. After knowing that you are the one behind all this, you are not afraid at all. You also think that all this is a misunderstanding because you would not casually kill people." Sun Lang smiled faintly. Zhang Yinluo looked at Sun Lang and said slowly, "That Mr. Long Wanda is like me, trusting you. He has trusted you since a long time ago, so now he probably can't accept it." As she said that, she laughed. "Although I don't know what happened, it is easy to imagine. The once majestic and unparalleled Marshal suddenly became such a sloppy, mischievous and hateful scoundrel. Do you still remember when we first met? Just a few words from him made me so angry, let alone someone like him who has known you for a long time." Sun Lang was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It is not the same. What he believes is actually a lie. It cannot be counted. It is better to break free from this wishful thinking as soon as possible." Zhang Yinluo shook her head and said, "Maybe it is a lie, but sometimes the truth is not so bad. Just like those urban legends that used to make me feel scared. In reality, no one was hurt, no one died, and it is not so scary. It is just a scoundrel's inexplicable bad taste that is being spread around." She looked at Sun Lang with sparkling eyes and said softly, "So, maybe the Sun Lang in Long Wanda's heart is fake, but the real Sun Lang is not so bad. Why not tell him?" Sun Lang was slightly startled and looked at Zhang Yinluo. The girl tilted her head with a smile and said softly, "Now that you have decided not to retreat, you will definitely meet your old friends in the future. You can't be like now, having a big fight and then running out to relax, right? You have not seen each other for 2 years, so their impression of you will naturally be stuck at 2 years ago." People will always change, this is not a big deal. The key is, for better or worse. As she said that, Zhang Yinluo looked at Sun Lang and smiled brightly. I think, maybe the former Sun Lang was dazzling and unparalleled in the world, but the current Sun Lang is actually not bad. Sun Lang said proudly, of course, in any case, I feel that now is much better than back then. Zhang Yinluo chuckled. That's why you have to let them know. Let them know that you haven't changed at all. The current you is the real you. You're living happily. If they're your friends, they'll be happy for you. So, don't presume a position and see the other party as an enemy. If you speak like this, you will be full of resentment and anger before you speak, and it will be very easy to make things awkward. She smiled softly like a considerate little sister, using a gentle tone and a considerate personality to pacify the restless soul. Sun Lang looked at the girl quietly and suddenly sighed. Yinluo, you are becoming more and more like a good wife and mother. Zhang Yinluo blushed and spat. Isn't it because of you who is full of bad habits and secretly angry from time to time? Don't think too much, I just feel sorry for you. If you see a hungry dog barking on the side of the road, you will also feed it something, right? Sun Lang said with a bashful face, Yinluo, I have not had sex for many years. In this regard, you should also pity me. I have a precious chromosome passed down from my ancestors as a reward. Zhang Yinluo did not say anything and kicked him. Gram. Sun Lang laughed and jumped away. He stretched. You're right. I've been retired for 2 years. Suddenly returning to that time, I don't think I've been able to change my role for a while. My hands and feet are tied. He stretched his arms and grinned. Damn it, when I was Chioba, I didn't waste my breath with that kid. How dare he yell at me? I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Zhang Yinluo frowned. Come back? You are going out? Sun Lang nodded happily. Originally, I was thinking of keeping Courier and the letter in my hands as a bargaining chip to negotiate and confront Qi Guanyin. But I did not expect Courier to be so shameless. Her body trembled and she bowed her head. Since she is so cooperative, we can take the initiative one step further. Zhang Yinluo thought for a while and said in surprise, You want to take the initiative to find General Qi? Smart. Sun Lang snapped his fingers. Now, the officials of Mingzhou are counting on Qi Guanyin to come back and stabilize the situation. But the documents have been sent to Hongqing like snowflakes, and there has been no response. I thought Qi Guanyin was quietly observing the changes, but now it seems that he is probably busy with other things. Anyway, no one knows where Qi Guanyin is. I don't believe that Courier does not have a way to contact this Mingzhou general. Zhang Yinluo thought of Courier, and felt inexplicably unhappy. Humph. That woman, I haven't seen her for a while, and she has become so shameless, Sun Lang said considerately. If you are worried, you can come with me. Zhang Yinluo was very tempted, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head. Even a 3-year-old in Mingzhou knows about General Qi's ability to train soldiers and his military strategy. If you do not come to an agreement and fight with him, General Qi will lead the army to surround and kill you. You can easily break through the encirclement with one sword, but it will not be so easy with me. That woman has the protection of the blazing angel. She can break through even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, but Sun Lang looked at the dejected Zhang Yinluo and said emotionally, Yinluo, you are always thinking for me. Come, I will imbue you with decades of internal energy. Zhang Yinluo was shocked. Are you trying to kill me? That's true. Our martial arts are not the same. Sun Lang sighed. Then I will go to the Spirit Vulture Palace, kidnap your masters and grandmasters, and force them to imbue you with power? Zhang Yinluo looked at him with cold eyes. That won't do. Sun Lang made a beheading gesture. Then let's go back immediately, hang Courier up and make her into a meat toy, and steal her blazing angel? Zhang Yinluo shook his head and said, No, the auxiliary Holy Soul recognizes people. You are not against the matter of a meat toy. I am joking, Zhang Yinluo said softly. The Blazing Angel is Lihua country's strongest strategic force. How can we allow a foreigner to pilot it? If it was possible, 2 years ago I would have. Sun Lang patted the girl's shoulder and said, Don't worry, Yinluo. There will be a day when I will get you a Blazing Angel. I will let everyone in Lihua country know that this big-chested girl is my kept woman. Zhang Yinluo just smiled. You're bragging again. Sun Lang did not explain and waved his hand. Alright, I will go take a look at Long Wanda. Previously I was afraid that after I left, Marquis Jingon Manor would be empty. But now I don't have this worry. Long Wanda is known as the Scout of God. His Lone Ranger's detection and alertness is the strongest in the Blazing Angel battle squad. At that time, as long as he is there, we don't have to worry about the Sky Demon launching a surprise attack when we sleep at night. Zhang Yinluo smiled. We were just quarreling and you are already preparing to order him around? The marshal turned around and smiled. This brat dares to be disobedient. Chapter 437. There's such a thing? After listening to Hu Shouxin's story, Long Wanda's eyes widened in shock. That woman also attacked you? Old Hu immediately understood what Long Wanda was implying. Also? Long Wanda laughed bitterly. Tensei Province. Sigh, it seems that power can indeed corrupt a person. Her Highness is no longer the princess she used to be. She has become a cold-blooded politician. Hu Shouxin narrowed his eyes and asked solemnly, What's going on? From what you said, the change in Lihua Nation is related to Tensei Province. Yanwei nodded and sighed. It's not just related. I was attacked by the Death Messenger and was on the run. At the border between the two nations, I was attacked by the Changliang Cavalry Brigade. Hu Shouxin suddenly stood up and said sternly, What did you say? Did you see it clearly? Changliang has the head of a tiger and the body of a human. It has 2 snakes in its hands. It is a ferocious beast in ancient legends. In the Empire, there is an elite force named after it. It is the Qi family army under the command of the Tiger of the Empire, Qi Guanyin. Long Wanda said indifferently. Qi Guanyin is a great master of the art of war in your empire's military school. He pays attention to military equipment and military discipline. The army under his command is ranked in the top 3 in the entire empire's military world. Especially in the northern part of the empire, only one army knows how to fight like that. I can see it very clearly. Hu Shouxin trembled with anger. Good, this Qi Guanyin. Not only is he a bootlicker, he is also AF** King General of Mingzhou and colluded with a foreign country, Long Wanda said lightly. He should be following the orders of Tensei Province. Hu Shouxin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's the same. In other words, this matter is related to Tensei Province? The Heavenly Policy Mansion's reach is really long. They even colluded with the Russians. As an imperial princess, she actually secretly colluded with a foreign country. How audacious. She's up to no good. Old Harry said awkwardly, Indeed, I'm also deeply uneasy about this matter. This time, I actually want Brother Hu to do me a favor and introduce me to a prince or an important minister who can contend with Tensei Province. I want to remind them of this matter and ask them to submit a memorial to the imperial court on my behalf. Hu Shouxin was also speechless as he looked at Long Wanda. This kid's political sense was too bad. Even if he helped, it would not be so simple. Of course, this was a huge weakness that could be used against the Crown Prince. After the Crown Prince found out about this, he would definitely be wild with joy, but... He thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, There's no need to go now. Isn't the most important minister of the imperial court right here? Long Wanda was silent, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. Then, he said tentatively, that? I think, Brother Hu, you don't seem to be qualified. Old Hu raised his hand and hit Long Wanda's head. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Sun Lang. He's thinking about how to go against Tensei Province. In the imperial court, the person who is willing and able to solve this matter the fastest is undoubtedly Sun Lang. Long Wanda let out an ah sound, and then shook his head like a rattledrum. No, not to mention that his current state is very strange, and he is simply harboring evil intentions. Even if it was him in the past, he would definitely be jumping up and down in excitement when he encountered such a thing, and then he would only care about himself and make a mess of things. Old whose face also showed a subtle expression. Indeed, he always uses the most fucked up way to get things done. Although he can get things done every time, it makes people feel a subtle pain in the ass. Long Wanda nodded in agreement. Hu Shoshin thought for a moment. Come, first tell me what happened in the Lihua kingdom that caused you to be attacked. Long Wanda was just about to speak when their expressions changed. A moment later, the door was violently kicked open. Sun Lang strode in and shouted, "First-class firearms Sergeant Long Wanda." Long Wanda subconsciously jumped up and said loudly, "Here, sir." However, he immediately reacted and shouted angrily, "Don't call me that." Sun Lang scolded, "You idiot! Stupid pig! Idiot! Trash! Single-celled amoeba! Akuya who changed her personality! Who allowed you to speak freely?" Long Wanda subconsciously stood up straight and said loudly, "I'm sorry, sir." Even Hu Shoshin couldn't stand it anymore and covered his face. Long Wanda reacted and wanted to give himself a tight slap. This bastard! He actually lied to me and said that he would let me experience the new training method of the Earth Kingdom. I didn't expect that it was all a lie. And then, King formed a conditioned reflex. He stared fiercely at Sun Lang and wanted to bite off a piece of meat from this guy. But before he could get angry, he heard Sun Lang shout, "What are you two secretly talking about?" Hu Shoshin and Long Wanda were shocked at the same time. They couldn't let Sun Lang know about the Tensei Province, the Lihua Kingdom, and Qi Guanyin before they came up with a countermeasure and solution. Otherwise, who knew what this guy would do on a whim? Thus, as if they had a tacit understanding, the two of them suddenly looked at each other and revealed a gay smile. They put their arms around each other's neck and laughed heartily. Old friends have reunited. Of course, we have to talk about the pain of parting. Sun Lang stared and said, "You two joined the RPG religion?" Long Wanda, a religious man, couldn't stand it and refuted loudly, "I'm a believer of the spirit of fire. From birth to death, I live for fire and die for fire. How can I join another religion?" Hu Shoshin was puzzled. "Then what is it?" "It's bullshit. Forget it, I don't want to talk about it. It's too disgusting." Sun Lang looked at Long Wanda and said with a gentle expression, "Be brave, be confident, and I will bless you. Although old Hu is a little old, isn't there an idiom called warm-hearted? Age is not a problem. You will definitely be happy, as a normal person with a wife and a daughter." Hu Shoshin didn't understand for a moment. "What?" Sun Lang said with a smile. "So, I'm relieved that you guys are getting along so well. I'm going out for a while, and I'll bring Curry with me. I was originally worried that the Marquis Mansion's defenses would be empty, but now that Long Wanda is here, with the Lone Walker's scouting and vigilance abilities, there shouldn't be any problems. If anything happens, you can contact me immediately." Hu Shoshin was surprised. "Where are you going?" Sun Lang said as if nothing had happened. "Oh, I suddenly discovered that Qi Guanyin and Tensei Province might have a very deep deal with the Lihua Nation. I'm going to investigate it." The two were shocked. As a foreigner, Long Wanda was too naive. He said in surprise, "You knew about it long ago?" Sun Lang frowned. "What do you mean I knew about it long ago?" Hu Shoshin knew that things weren't going well. He asked, "When did you know? Why didn't you tell me?" Sun Lang stared and said, "Did you ask?" Hu Shoshin was tongue-tied. "Anyway, I was going to let Long Wanda go. He was most likely beaten up by Qi Guanyin. He went with him for two reasons. First, to confront him. Second, to vent his anger. Sun Lang said indifferently, but after thinking about it, Courier's personality is hard to predict. He's not as reliable as Long Wanda, so it's better to bring that woman along. When Long Wanda heard this, his expression softened. But he had just quarreled with Sun Lang. Now he had to obediently listen to Sun Lang's orders. He was too thin-skinned and couldn't help but be unable to accept it. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Wait. I'm a Li Huiyen guard. I'm not your subordinate anymore. You don't have the authority to order me around." Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "I'm warning you off. Right now, Mingzhou City is in a precarious situation. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching Marquis Jinggan Fu? If there are any rascals who take risks and harm the people in the Marquis Fu, I'll put all of this on you, Long Wanda. When the time comes and your divine emperor collapses halfway through, it won't have anything to do with me." Long Wanda trembled with anger. "Shameless! Shameless!" Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "It's my clothes. Didn't I go find Qi Guanyin to settle your matter? Moreover, I even took you in and helped you get rid of the Death Messenger. I've helped you so much, yet you're actually not willing to help me with such a small matter. AI, ingrate, you're simply an ungrateful Su Xiu trash who forgets favors and violates justice." Long Wanda still hadn't come around for a while. He pointed at Sun Lang with trembling fingers, as if he would suddenly die at any moment. Sun Lang sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Old Hu, you help persuade him." Hu Shouxin said with dissatisfaction, "Why should I persuade him? Can you not speak so harshly? We're all old brothers who have gone through life and death together. So what if you say a few soft words? You're always so overbearing." Sun Lang didn't say anything else and said to Long Wanda, "Old Hu must have told you what happened that night, but I dare to bet that there's something he definitely didn't tell you. That is, on that dark and windy night, when the black armored army was eyeing his life covetously, he once faced his wife and daughter from afar. Heavenly Queen of Earth, ah! Bastard! Can you not mention this matter any more?" Old Hu hugged his head and roared. Then, he helplessly turned his head and said, "Brother, there's no other way. He already knows." Long Wanda was still a little angry. He glared at Sun Lang a few times, but still nodded unwillingly. However, his angry appearance was simply like a rebellious teenager throwing a tantrum with his father. Old Hu patted him on the shoulder and whispered a few words of advice. Only then did Long Wanda retract his gaze. Sun Lang thought for a while and realized that something was very wrong. Thus, he raised his leg and kicked Old Hu's butt. Hu Shouxin angrily said, "Why did you hit me?" Sun Lang squinted and said, "I captured Courier, and Luo ran over to be the middleman so that we could communicate normally. This kind of behavior is clearly a model for the main house of the harem and is highly recommended." Meanwhile, Long Wanda woke up and didn't get along with me at all. In the end, he was painstakingly persuaded by you, Big Stick, who actually tried to play this kind of role between me and a man. No matter how I think about it, it's disgusting. You're not gay, friend. I completely don't understand what you're saying. In short, he had been persuaded for the time being. Originally, Sun Lang had planned to ask Long Wanda what had happened, but seeing that this guy still looked awkward, he dismissed it with a laugh. On the way, he would first ask Courier, then find Qi Guanyin. He wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find out the truth. When the time came, he would put the evidence in front of Long Wanda, and he wouldn't have to worry that he wouldn't open his mouth. Therefore, this side could be considered settled. Long Wanda, who had the assistance of the Lonely Messenger, was the best scout. The title of God Scout was definitely not false. With him as the observer, Big Stick, whose thunder bow string would be able to display its greatest power, and there would be no more worries. When he pushed open the door, he saw that Luo was waiting for him outside not too far away. The two of them looked at each other, and Sun Lang gave him a thumbs up, meaning that everything was settled. Zhang Yinluo revealed a gentle smile. Long Wanda saw Zhang Yinluo behind Sun Lang's back and said in surprise, "You are—" Yinluo lifted his skirt and bowed slightly, speaking softly in Slaller, "I pay my respects to you, God Scout." Sun Lang didn't say anything and elbowed him back. "You don't know how to be polite, quickly call me Auntie." Long Wanda stupidly said, "Auntie." Then he suddenly said, "Wait a minute. This form of address is Uncle's wife." Yinluo also said loudly with a red face, "You're courting death. What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Zhang Yinluo drag Sun Lang away, Long Wanda didn't chase after them. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he muttered, "So it was her. She really suits this guy's taste, and in terms of courage and achievements, this woman is indeed barely worthy of him." Hu Shoshin walked out from the back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Long Wanda, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be recalling the various events of Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo's first meeting. In the future, when these two people get married, he, old Hu, would be able to sit in the position of the great matchmaker. He faintly smiled. "This is the person that Sun Lang himself chose. What do you think?" Long Wanda looked at the back of the two people as they left. The chase and escape, the laughter and laughter, was filled with a beauty and sweetness that he envied. From the looks of it, the man named Sun Lang had indeed found his own happiness in this city of the northern border of the empire. The lonely soul had found a warm home to return to. This was something that was worth celebrating. This love was sweet and beautiful, like the limitless sky, filled with infinite happiness and possibilities. But the main problem was this sky. In Long Wanda's mind, the figures of many heroines involuntarily appeared. Some were valiant, some were magnanimous, some were gentle, some were loyal, each had their own beauty, each had their own charm. If there was something that these women had in common, it must be. Long Wanda shivered. He discovered that in the distant sky, there seemed to be large swathes of dark clouds that were enough to cover the sky. Lord Yen Wei of the Lihua Kingdom silently lowered his head, pondering for a moment. He turned his head and said to Hu Shoshin seriously, "He's dead for sure, really?" Chapter 438. Mao Mei and Miss Zhao chatted happily when they went to find Courier. Except for Zhang Yinluo, Miss Zhao seemed to be able to make friends with everyone easily. Of course, no one knew what this little fox was thinking. Seeing Sun Lang come in, the two girls stood up at the same time and were about to greet him. However, they soon saw Zhang Yinluo behind Sun Lang, so their warm and gentle greetings turned into cold snorts. From Zhao Feihuang in Hutu Mingzhou to Courier in the Lihua Kingdom, an iron curtain across the Divine Land had fallen, blocking Zhang Yinluo's breast. Under normal circumstances, when the battle between harem and quasi-harem hadn't become white-hot and fierce, the male protagonist would enjoy multiple benefits without any danger or threat as usual. That was to say, under the premise that there was no external force or internal force, the male harem would always happily enjoy the benefits brought by universal love, dullness, and dysphoria. This was the so-called first law of Sun Lang's harem studies. Therefore, Sun Lang turned a blind eye to this secret confrontation. He said concisely, "Courier, do you have a way to contact Qi Guanyin? It's fine if you can find him." Courier said without hesitation, "Yes." This time, General Qi Guanyin of Mingzhou provided help to hunt down the lonely messenger. His master ordered him to help me, but I noticed that he was full of uncertainty and hesitation. He was not trustworthy, so I left him behind and came to Mingzhou to act alone. But before that, we still agreed on a way to contact each other in an emergency. After all, any accident can happen, so there must be a remedy. She asked, "What's the matter?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "Yes, I want to see him." "You think of a way." Courier said thoughtfully, "What's your purpose? Capture him? Assassinate him? Or get some kind of secret?" Sun Lang smiled. That will depend on his performance. Let me see him first. Zhao Feihuang's eyes flickered, and he said somewhat reluctantly, Sun Lang is leaving? Sun Lang nodded. The overall situation in Mingzhou is still uncertain. Neither the military nor the political system is in our hands, which means that there will be variables that will restrict our energy. We have to figure out a way to solve this problem so that we can head south without any worries. Qi Guanyin, who controls the military power in Mingzhou, is the key to solving the problem. We have to meet him and do our best to pull him out of the game. Forsaken, Zhang Yinluo said with a subtle expression, why do you make it sound like a bandit? He is the great general of Mingzhou. How can you make him forsaken? Sun Lang put on a confident smile and snorted, it's time for you backward, uncultured barbarians to realize the power of civilization. It's all written in love letters. This guy's saliva flew everywhere as he said, it's really too easy to make someone fall into the weeds. For example, beat him up, get him drunk, wear his armor, and lead a group of people to burn, kill, and loot in the city. Another example is to frame him as a scapegoat, bribe the imperial court, sentence him to be executed after autumn, and then break into the prison to rescue him. Zhang Yinluo glared at him and said, then, he won't fight you? Why would he forsaken himself with you? What do a woman with long hair and short wit like you know? Sun Lang made a face and said, as long as I tell him one last time that everything I do is because I admire your strength and want you to join my team, he will definitely be touched by my loyalty and sincerity and join us immediately. What if he fights desperately? Is he an idiot? I can beat 8 of him on my own. If he dares to make a move, I can chop him into pieces with just a few slashes. I can obviously kill him, but I'm persuading him sincerely. How can he not be touched and not join us? So this is how you get people to join you. It's all written in books. What the two said was too profound and contained a lot of information. Even though Courier's hooded Chinese had passed level 8, it was still very difficult for her to understand. She whispered to Zhao Feihuang beside her. Do they usually talk like this? Zhao Feihuang showed an envious look and did not answer. Instead, he bit his handkerchief unwillingly and said, damn it, I also want to play with Sun Lang without any scruples. Anyway, we'll talk about this later. Sun Lang waved to Courier and said, let's go. We may have a head-on conflict with Qi Guanyin's army. You need a full set of equipment. Come with me to dig out the death messenger. Damn it, I shouldn't have buried him. Courier's eyes flashed and she said with a smile, returning the death messenger to me, aren't you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to fly away? Sun Lang smiled and said proudly, you might not believe it, but when I played the battlefield, people gave me the nickname of Little Air Defense Soldier, King of Shooting Planes. You can fly as you wish. If I can't hit you, then it's my loss. Courier nodded with satisfaction. If Sun Lang had said something like, I trust you, or, don't use people you don't trust, don't use people you don't trust, she would have been very disappointed and lowered her evaluation of Sun Lang. A ruler had to be as suspicious as a snow wolf and as confident as a saber-toothed tiger. All trust had to be built on absolute control and strength. Sun Lang then said to Miss Zhao, who Shoshin and Long Wanda are responsible for the safety of the Marquis estate. The two of them have cooperated before. Even if they encounter a strong enemy, they can at least send a warning to me and hold on until I return. Moreover, Yinluo wearing the Flaming Sun armor will also be of help. Zhao Feihuang glanced at Zhang Yinluo, curled her lips and snorted. Sun Lang suddenly thought of someone. That's right, there's also Master Sanzang. Yes, I haven't seen her for the past few days. She must have gone to Akina Mountain to have fun. Hurry up and find her. Before I return, tell her not to race and stay at home obediently. Otherwise, I'll cut off her aluminum, I mean oil. He then said to Zhang Yinluo, be careful for the next few days. Don't go out casually. Maintain contact with your family. If there's anything, ask your grandfather for help. Also, Miss Zhao, send someone to inform Zhang Jianyuan. Tell him to chase back the people he sent to Hongqing. There's no need to send anything. Sun Lang thought for a moment. In addition, you should also pick some loyal servants from the Marquis estate. I'll have Long Wanda take some time to train them and make some equipment for them. Courier finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Who is Long Wanda? Sun Lang smiled. Looks like you don't know this name. Don't worry, I'll bring you to meet him now. The two of you have to meet. I feel that there must be a lot to talk about. The confused Courier seemed to have thought of something. The gaze he looked at Sun Lang with became profound. No one knew what he was thinking. After the arrangements were made, Sun Lang brought Courier to Long Wanda's resting place. Zhang Yinluo and Zhao Feihuang had nothing to do, so they also went to watch the fun. Just as the door was pushed open, the two of them looked at each other. Long Wanda, who was lying on the bed, jumped up reflexively. Courier also immediately pulled out a one-handed gun. The two flame guards looked vigilant and ready to fight. Courier sneered. The traitor who kidnapped the emperor and acted recklessly was hiding here. Long Wanda gritted his teeth and said, "You stubborn traitor of the conservative forces. You're really haunting me. Don't fight, don't fight." Sun Lang stood in between the two of them and separated the Japanese and the East deity captain. He advised earnestly, "Whether you're the royalist or the conservative, that's all in the past. Now you're all F***king traitors. You should all be tied up and burned to death. It's better for you to work here. Let's shake hands and start a great proletarian revolution together. Wouldn't that be great?" Courier snorted and put away his gun. Long Wanda didn't have such a high level of thinking. He shouted, "Who's a traitor? Who wants to work here? I'm a flame guard. I'm a knight of the emperor. I'll never betray him." Sun Lang laughed and tilted his head to signal Courier to speak. Mao Mei knew what he meant. She immediately said expressionlessly, "I'll tell on you. You drove the blazing angel armor and crossed the border between the two countries. You carried the most precious treasure and the most powerful combat equipment of the Lihua nation. You betrayed us and tried to join." She turned to look at Sun Lang. "Who did you pledge allegiance to?" Sun Lang smiled and said, "Of course it's Tensei Province." "Yes, Tensei Province." Courier nodded and said seriously, "You were tempted by the Tensei Province of the Hutu Empire. For the temptation of benefits, you took the risk and betrayed your own country." Long Wanda flew into a rage and said, "Bullsh**t. Bullsh**t. You're the ones who colluded with the Tensei Province." Sun Lang suddenly asked, "How did they collude?" Long Wanda didn't even think and said, "Of course it's with the red coat. Hey, you're trying to get information from both sides." However, he finally realized a problem. Looking left at Courier and right at Sun Lang, Long Wanda said in shock, "Wait a minute, how did the two of you get together?" Sun Lang said proudly, "Of course it's my domineering aura that conquered her." Courier was very cooperative. He nodded and admitted, "That's right. I've been looking for a man worthy of my loyalty. Now it seems that Lord Sun Lang's talent and tolerance as a king far surpasses that of a divine emperor. Therefore, I've decided to join him and assist him. If possible, I even want to marry him." Long Wanda looked at Sun Lang, dumbfounded. "You believe me?" Sun Lang said proudly, "As a kind, pure, and gentle boy, one day, he suddenly met a big sister with big breasts who fell in love with him at first sight. Isn't this kind of plot very normal?" Long Wanda stared straight at this shameless thing. After a moment of silence, he said with a serious expression, "So, you're dead meat, really." Sun Lang raised his hand and hit him on the head. "Oh, you still dare to curse me?" Long Wanda held his head in humiliation and didn't dare to fight back. However, this didn't stop him from winning in his heart with the spirit of AQ. Lord Yen Wei secretly gritted his teeth. "I wanted to remind you, But since you want to die, then don't blame me. You can have fun here with a group of new lovers. There will be time for you to cry. Thinking of Sun Lang's embarrassing appearance in the future when he was surrounded by a group of women, Long Wanda let out an extremely satisfied smile. Humph, 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 humph. Sun Lang didn't say anything and hit his head again. Sneaky, what are you thinking? Don't hit my head. I'm not a child. Long Wanda jumped to the side and shouted at Sun Lang. Then he looked at Courier coldly. Not only are you the lackey of the bishops, you've done outrageous things for them. Now you've betrayed your own country. I won't let you go. Courier snorted coldly. Then are you loyal to your country? Long Wanda proudly said, Of course. Mao Mei sneered. I'm afraid not. You call yourself a knight, but do you know what kind of life the lowest class of commoners and serfs live? The spirit of the flame handed over the authority of the inferno to the divine emperor and the church, but they made the largest number of people at the bottom of the hierarchy live in purgatory. Even so, you are still very proud to be your flame guard, and accept the respect and admiration of others with a clear conscience. Is this your loyalty? Are you really loyal to this country? Long Wanda's expression froze, and then he growled. No. His Majesty the Emperor is also distressed by the current situation and is trying to make changes. He's not a cold and ruthless emperor, he also wants to change. But he can't change. He didn't change anything. He can't change anything. Courier indifferently said. Only an incompetent person will always emphasize the process of his own efforts to cover up the failure of achieving nothing. The Emperor is powerless to fight against the huge traditional forces. He can't save this country. Since that's the case, he should quickly step down and let the truly capable person do the work. Long Wanda angrily said, Nonsense. The Emperor is the ruler of this country. He is the leader elected according to the will of the Spirit of the Flame, according to the election of the bishops, and according to the sacred law of the Church. He is the unquestionable ruler of this country. He is also a monarch with great talent and bold vision. We should assist him. Sun Lang, who had been listening at the side, covered his face. He couldn't tell that this little bastard turned out to be a stupid pacifist who had fantasies about the feudal ruling class. Why didn't I teach him more sickle and hammer scriptures? Damn it, when I heard him say that they were secretly doing things, I was quite happy. I thought that this kid had finally become enlightened and was going to be Lenin. Damn it, I didn't expect that he was actually Kong Yue. Shit you. If you don't kill the Emperor, you have the nerve to say that you are a revolutionary? Sun Lang was somewhat resentful. He was born under the red flag and lived in the glory of Taizu and the care of the party. He came to a different world and spread the glory of the people being the masters of the country. He actually gave birth to a useless royalist party. It was really a disgrace to the transmigrators. He felt very embarrassed inside. Little comrade, your thinking is very dangerous. If you go on like this, you will be on the list of the anti-revolutionaries. Don't panic. After I finish this matter, I will start to change your thinking after I come back. First, I will let you know what the 3 mountains are. Chapter 439. As the cool breeze blew, a carriage drove out from the back door of the Marquis Jing and Fu, passing through the bustling Xuanwu Avenue and heading out of the city. The driver was a steward of the Marquis Fu's external residence, very experienced in handling matters. He skillfully held the horsewhip, his body relaxed and his gaze heavy, closely observing the movements in the surroundings. He looked like a skilled driver who had driven for many years. As he drove, he seemed to be talking to himself, calmly saying, "Young master, I will send the 2 of you to the Willow Pavilion outside the city. The Marquis Fu has a pavilion over there where several fine horses are kept, specially prepared for emergencies. The travel expenses and the Marquis Fu's token are in the drawer of the short table in the carriage." A lazy voice came from inside. Thank you for the trouble. It's quite a bit. This bowl of soft rice is really fragrant. This was personally prepared by eldest miss. This small one does not dare to claim credit. That steward smiled. You are a deity-like person. Just based on your abilities, you can go anywhere in the world. But as the saying goes, money makes the devil turn millstones. Money can sometimes make things easier. Inside the carriage, Sun Lang opened the small bag in front of him. Neatly placed inside were 4 pieces of garlic gold, 3 ingots of official silver, a small bag of broken silver, and half a string of copper coins. Sun Lang nodded, praising. Young Miss Zhao is meticulous. The main currency in circulation in the empire was still copper coins. Gold and silver were mainly used to make large payments and act pretentious, so of the 4 types of currency, copper coins were used to buy candied haws and other snacks, broken silver was used to stuff themselves and stay in luxurious hotels, official silver was used to exchange, and as for garlic gold, it was used to bribe and buy people. This money was complete and had different uses, but the amount was just right. Too little would make it seem shabby, too much would be too burdensome. If there was a situation where this money could not solve the problem, then, go rob it. That steward smiled and said, If you can praise eldest miss like this in front of her, she will be very happy. Sun Lang smiled but didn't say anything. In addition to money, there was also a token and a silk scroll with lines of small words written on it. He asked curiously, A token? The steward nodded. The Marquis estate has properties all over the various manors in Mingzhou. Let's not talk about anything else, but we can still help you out and do some dirty work. If you need it, sir, you can use this token to give orders, and the entire Marquis estate will follow your orders. Sir, this silk scroll records the locations of the various properties of the Marquis estate. Please keep it well. Sun Lang nodded and put everything into the pocket of his windbreaker. He glanced at the silk book a few more times and nodded to himself. Marquis Jingganfu was indeed a prestigious family in Mingzhou. The business that they had managed for several generations was truly luxuriant. He had once instructed Zhang Jianyuan to start the construction of branch companies and offices in various places, but how could it be so easy to start from scratch? They lacked manpower, money, and time. He muttered to himself for a moment, dipped his hand into the tea, and wrote the words Embroidery Spring Hall, Marquis Jingganfu, and Zhang family on the table. Zhang Jianyuan viewed him as a benefactor, and was intimidated by his martial strength and intimidation. Under the combination of kindness and threat, his loyalty could be temporarily guaranteed. As long as CEO could always remember that a certain person could blow his dog head off at any time. Marquis Jingganfu was young Lady Zhao's property. After several years of competition, the entire Marquis Fu was firmly grasped in young Lady Zhao's hands. Therefore, Marquis Jingganfu was also a power that could be trusted and supported. The Zhang Fu had established close business relations with Lihua Nation. Because of old Master Zhang's attitude and the interests of the entire family, Zhang Yinluo, who acted as the link between the Zhang Fu and Lihua Nation, had already been personally appointed as the next general secretary. I mean the head of the family. In other words, the Zhang family was definitely also mine. Therefore, these 3 powers could all be controlled by Sun Lang. But due to various reasons, the 3 powers could not merge, nor did they need to merge. They only needed to work together. The Zhang family had already established an exclusive trade route between Hutu and Lihua. The Embroidery Spring Hall, which had all kinds of striking products and whose scale of production was growing by the day. And the Marquis Jingganfu, which had businesses all over Bulumen Prefecture and had mature personnel and systems. A smile appeared on Sun Lang's face. He knew what he should do. Let these 3 cooperate with each other and balance each other out to form a perfect industry and sales chain. Not only could each family display their advantages, It could also prevent the overlapping of industries and internal friction to the greatest extent. It could also put a bridle on a certain rapidly developing capital. Moreover, the Ranger Guild controlled by Hu Shoshin was well informed and had shocking hidden power. It was also a power that could be borrowed. In addition, there was also the military commander Qi Guanyin who was about to join the group. Elder brother, it couldn't be any more stable. Sun Lang seemed to see that a large multinational business group with patriotism as its guiding ideology, resolutely obeying the law of the market, and upholding the concept of fair competition, which was strongly supported by the army and the government, had gradually taken shape. A ghost of capitalism, was wandering over the vast divine land. This group had a completely new guiding ideology. It was ambitious, had a pure structure, and had great prospects. It was to the extent that it had an even wider market, both horizontally and vertically. Following the continuous expansion and southward expansion, the board of directors could completely stuff in many more people to be responsible for different directions. For example, Gao Qiu could be responsible for sports, Yen Song could be responsible for cultural and entertainment publishing, Wei Zhongxian could be the financial director, Dongfang Wanxing could be in charge of fashion design and fashion, and as for Tong Guan, he could be the director of the security department, SHIELD. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Then he couldn't help but sigh. People were really different. Some people were just too troublesome. Look at old Hu, he'd already made a fuss a few times. Look at Long Wanda, he still hadn't recovered from his chunibu. But if it was Gao Qiu, Yen Song, and the others, they would definitely be fine. Not only that, they would definitely be in high spirits and do whatever they were told to do. Unconsciously, he didn't seem to be so resistant to meeting old friends. Of course, this was only limited to the pillars of the imperial court that he had single-handedly raised, the dream team that protected the nation. Just as Sun Lang was imagining the beautiful future, he heard a puzzled voice, "What are you laughing at?" Sun Lang was jolted awake from his beautiful and emotional future. He looked up and found Courier staring at him motionlessly. Her blue eyes, which were as blue as the sky, reflected his shadow. It was as beautiful as a painting. He smiled. "I'm just thinking about some things in the future." Courier looked at the short table. The water stains on the table hadn't completely subsided yet. She looked at the remaining words and said faintly, "Are you thinking about how to unify the forces in your hands now?" Sun Lang shook his finger. "I can't call them forces yet. I'm just making some arrangements out of interest and making a few idle chess pieces. Perhaps in the future they will achieve unexpected results. But right now these are just a few seeds. They need to be carefully nurtured and watered before they can grow. We still need time." Courier hit the nail on the head. "You lack a well-trained and organized regular army. You also lack enough high-end combat power. Just like now, the task of defending the rear actually depends on that idiot lone walker." Sun Lang smiled. "Long Wanda is just a little naive. I'll teach him a good lesson later. As for the organized army and high-end combat power..." He paused for a moment. His eyes became serene and he said faintly, "There will be. Everything was predestined. What kind of cause would lead to what kind of effect? Back then, most of the generals and troops under his command in the Northern Theater of Operations didn't participate in the Battle of the Great Desolate Mountain for various reasons. Although things remained the same, people had changed, and there weren't many people who could be completely trusted. But sometimes there was no need for undying loyalty. Let them know that I'm still alive, let them know that I'm back, let them know that I can still win, let them know that there is meat to eat by following me. That's enough." Courier narrowed her eyes and said slowly, "I'm getting more and more curious now. What are you curious about?" Sun Lang asked calmly. Holding her chin with her slender hand, Sister Mao looked at Sun Lang and smiled. "Of course I'm curious about who my future husband is. Your martial arts are very strong, stronger than anyone I know. Also, you're so young. It's shocking that you've achieved so much at such a young age. But I've never heard of your name. You know that the Flame Order keeps the files of almost all the experts of the Empire. Sun Lang laughed and said, It's you, a foreigner, who is ignorant and inexperienced. With your crude spy system, what can you find out? The Empress Dowager is colorful and filled with countless strange people and romantic legends. If you jump off any cliff, you might just run into an old thief who's about to die by head baptism. Courier shook her head. But you're definitely not some nobody. Hu Shoshin is an imperial great general and has an extremely high status and seniority in the Empire's military. He knows you and the lone traveler. During the war, that retard went to the northern war zone of the Empire for military observation and cooperation. During that time, he made friends with a group of high-ranking generals of the Empire. Judging from his attitude just now, although he was yelling at you, it's obvious that he must respect and fear you, Sister Mao said resolutely, and you're used to lecturing him. In other words, you must be one of the high-ranking generals of the Northern War Zone, and your status must be even higher than Hu Shoshin's. Then, in terms of age and rank, your identity must be Sun Lang side. You truly do have the right to call him a retard. Courier was silent for a moment. She had so many questions that she wanted to ask, but she chose to remain silent because she knew that she wouldn't get any answers. In the end, this knight of the highest military rank in the kingdom of Lifire sighed. I didn't expect that I would be qualified to face a legend directly. It's like a man from a myth suddenly appeared in front of me. Sun Lang glanced at her and snorted, You're really smart. Courier smiled. She understood the implication of Sun Lang's words, and she enjoyed such communication. Sun Lang praised her for being smart, not because she had deduced the truth and Sun Lang's identity, but because she actually said it out directly. The legendary general who was dealt with by the Hutu Empire in a low-key manner and was greatly commemorated by other countries, the legendary soldier who carried countless honors and was madly worshipped and missed by the soldiers of various countries, was still alive, and he had some subtle bad intentions toward the Empire. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the world and shock all the countries. It might even become the fuse of a new round of international changes. Courier had deduced Sun Lang's identity, so no matter what, Sun Lang wouldn't let her go. There were only two endings for her. She could either follow Sun Lang wholeheartedly or she could die. Therefore, Courier's goal had been achieved. Sister Mao smiled. Since there's no way back, to prevent being silenced by you, I'll try my best to show my value and offer my loyalty to you. Please wait and see. Sun Lang snorted. Your shamelessness is also very similar to a person I know. Creel smiled disapprovingly. After discovering this secret, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. She stared at Sun Lang from left to right, just like a little girl who had seen her idol. She pointed to the corner of her lips with her finger and said doubtfully, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It really is the one standing in the Victory Square, huh? There's a statue? Sun Lang asked curiously, why didn't I see it last time I was there? Also, Yinluo didn't recognize me either. Courier looked a bit unhappy when Zhang Yinluo was mentioned, but she still said, when did you go to the Kingdom of Fire? The large-scale commemoration and statue of you only became popular in the past year, and it also caused the Hutu to secretly protest and intervene. Ijiro had already returned at that time. Sun Lang nodded. I see. I'll go and see it some other day. It's actually a good thing that they can't recognize me. When I was awarded the medal, a foreigner drew a portrait of me. Obviously, the portrait was ugly, so the statue was also ugly. It couldn't restore my handsome face at all. Creel glanced at him and said seriously, speaking of which, the face is quite similar. It's just that the hairstyle has changed. The temperament and demeanor are also like that of a different person, so it's hard to recognize. Sun Lang said with a serious expression. You mean I'm not handsome? Kirill nodded. To be honest, when I was in the Lifire Kingdom, with my appearance, strength, status, and courage, the male dogs that came to my side were all at the level of handsome men. Compared to them, you can hardly be considered handsome. But it doesn't matter, a man's true charm comes from his strength and desire. In this aspect, even the divine emperor can't compare to you. Sun Lang complained. You mean, I'm the most capable pervert in the world? Courier pretended not to hear and said seriously, so, I'm attracted by your inner qualities, so I'm filled with good feelings and love for you. Even when I look at your face, the more I look at it, the more handsome it becomes. Sun Lang was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, Forget it, I've met many people before, and they all said I'm not handsome. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart, so I can't take it all seriously. Don't you think so? Courier revealed a subtle expression and wanted to say something more, but he felt the carriage stop. The voice of the steward of Marquis Jingon Fu holding back his laughter came from outside. Young master, we've arrived. Chapter 440. The carriage sent the two of them to a gazebo outside the city. There were already servants of the Marquis mansion waiting there. The steward was very nimble in his work and very quickly brought over 2 fine horses. He then bid farewell to the two of them. Sun Lang and Curry were both skilled in archery and horse riding. After all, both of them were the most valiant soldiers in their respective countries. Their riding skills had long been maxed out. The two of them quickly left, and the steward went back to report. They were heading north. Their destination was Huqing. This was a mountainous city with steep cliffs. It was the military headquarters of Mingzhou's general, Qi Guanyin. It was also the military center and strategic center of Mingzhou. It was also the general's nest and the core of his strategy. Sun Lang turned his head. Even though he was galloping on a bumpy horse, he still sat steadily. His voice was full of energy. We're going to Huqing? Is Qi Guanyin there? After all, Courier had never practiced martial arts. Even though she had rich battle experience and strong fighting skills, she could not challenge the limits of the human body and the instincts of living creatures. She could not do as she pleased like Sun Lang. She rode the horse with the most standard riding posture. Her healthy body moved up and down in sync with the horse's gallop, maintaining the coordination between man and horse. She turned to answer Sun Lang's question. I left the border for Mingzhou without permission, so Qi Guanyin doesn't know where I went. We left our contact information just in case. So we're going to Huqing and give the token to the general's people. Then they'll inform Qi Guanyin through the internal military intelligence network of the Qi family army. Sun Lang nodded. Then let's hurry. We'll try to get to Huqing before it gets dark. Creel nodded at first, then hesitated for a moment and said loudly, I have a question. So, you are a great master of martial arts, and I am the driver of the Blazing Angel. Why do we need to use such an inefficient method to travel? There's obviously a more convenient way of transportation. Sun Lang smiled. For example? Courier said, the Blazing Angel equipment has the ability to fly. It's extremely fast and has a lot of power. It's more than enough to carry one person. I can definitely fly over with you. Sun Lang revealed a meaningful smile. Although I'm no longer the deputy commander of this country, if I can walk, it's best not to fly. Besides, you're the pilot. I'm afraid of crashing. Courier obviously did not understand this joke, but Mao Mei was used to understanding Sun Lang's words with her own way of thinking. She nodded and said, I see. I was being presumptuous. After all, no matter how strong the warriors of the Empire are, they are not very good at fighting in the air. Asking you to put your life in my hands after knowing you for less than a day is really a thoughtless suggestion. Caution and suspicion are the qualities a king should have. He did not know if this Mao Mei was trying to provoke him. In any case, Sun Lang did not care at all. The two of them spurred their horses forward, galloping along the official road towards the north. The horses galloped on all four hooves, and the surrounding scenery rapidly flew by. Their speed could be considered quite good. These two horses were originally carefully selected and bred by the Marquis Jing, and Fu in case of emergency. Their appearance and quality were not inferior to military horses. As a Li Hui Yen guard, Courier's eyesight was naturally very good. Very quickly, he sensed the extraordinariness of these two fine horses. He praised, "That Marquis Miss Zhao has extraordinary wealth and family background. The two horses that she casually took out are actually excellent military horses from the Dragon Sparrow dynasty." Sun Lang nodded. "It's indeed the work of the Greenwood country." The Greenwood country's biotechnology was the best in the world. Due to the interference of the Sky Demon, the technological development of this world had already embarked on a completely different path compared to the original Earth. All kinds of reverse analysis of the Sky Demon's legacy of black technology emerged in an endless stream. Although the Empire scoffed at the Li Hua, Rui Jin, and Xuanshui's firearms, machinery, and steam engines, this did not stop them from using their status as a simple and robust agricultural country to vigorously introduce some powerful and special technologies. For example, running to the Greenwood country all day to ask for crop. Back then, the Greenwood country had obtained the biotechnology legacy of the Sky Demon. They were good at further domesticating and transforming creatures, whether it was plants or animals, whether it was wheat and rice seeds that had better harvests and consumed less land, or brand new crops that were highly resistant to drought and could take root and grow in any kind of barren land. As long as the peasants could fill their stomachs and pay enough taxes, the empire was very fond of them. Moreover, the social activities of an agricultural country were indispensable for the participation of domesticated livestock. Cattle and work horses with more endurance and strength, dairy cows with more milk production, and even more loyal and ferocious war dogs. There were also other powerful and shocking exotic beasts that accounted for a large part of the annual export share to the Hudu Empire. It had also become an important export project of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty to earn foreign exchange. After all, the Hudu Empire was essentially an agricultural country. Not to mention that it was also a military power. The excellent war horses and other exotic beasts from the Dragon Sparrow dynasty had once solved a problem that had troubled the military of the empire for a long time. Back then, the warriors of the empire had tempered their bodies and trained hard for 10 years. They had broken through the limits of the human body and even cultivated their minds to become dragons among men. They had been recognized by the imperial army and became the elite soldiers of the empire, ready to shed their blood for the empire at any time. They had even made contributions to the empire, risen rapidly, married noble ladies, and walked to the pinnacle of life. Then, they discovered a fatal problem. Damn it! I can carry the heaven-seeking spear of the imperial army that weighed 400 kilograms, but the war horses can't carry it. This awkward situation led to a very awkward result, which was that for a period of time, the elite soldiers of the empire were basically distributed in the ranks of the infantry. The position of the generals who were too heavily armed on the battlefield was basically equivalent to that of the mounted infantry. It wasn't until the Kingdom of Greenwood, or the Dragon Sparrow dynasty, finally brought enough sturdy mounts that this terrible situation was alleviated. The fierce generals of the empire finally got qualified mounts that wouldn't kill the enemy in front of them together with their own mounts. The ordinary cavalry troops also changed to mounts that had better bloodlines and performance, and their combat ability was significantly improved, even leaping by leaps and bounds. However, this also made the style of the generals of the empire develop in a strange and even strange direction, making the solemn military appearance have a hint of the flavor of ancient myths. This was especially so during the War of Heaven's origin, when the human countries were forced to abandon their previous prejudices and conflicts and cooperate with each other and advance hand in hand. Under deeper communication, the style of the generals of heaven's origin became even stranger. For example, wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, the twin-horned moon-gazing boar, which was also known as the rhinoceros, was a creature that was very popular with many generals. Of course, the war bear, which had rolled in the mud all year round, had a layer of impenetrable thick skin, and wore an iron helmet to slap people like flies, was also very fierce. There was even a certain general who came from Sanskrit temple who chose an iron arm azure ape as a mount. Even though it could be ridden, even though it was still extremely nimble and agile, its appearance really wasn't all that great, immediately receiving mockery from his comrades. However, when he returned, he taught that extremely intelligent monkey a set of great vajra fists. Then, he went into battle, 1 man and 1 ape both wearing iron armor, wearing fine steel gauntlets. Under the protection of his personal guards, they were unstoppable. If they encountered a powerful enemy, the general would abandon his weapon, and the azure ape would stand upright. 1 man and 1 ape would raise their fists and randomly beat the troublesome bastard in front of them to death. Meanwhile, this Sanskrit temple general, who was proficient in the great vajra fist, also received a nickname, called substitute emissary. Even though the meaning was unclear, and it sounded extremely strange, not catchy at all, there was nothing that could be done about it. This nickname was given by a certain person, so even though everyone didn't understand the meaning, they still called him this. As such, this nickname that wasn't domineering at all quickly spread, not giving the victim the chance to protest at all. "You're daydreaming again." Sun Lang, who was deep in thought, was startled awake by Courier's voice. When he snapped back to reality, Mao Mei pointed forward. "Pay attention to the road, there's about to be a turn up ahead, there are carriages and pedestrians." Sun Lang nodded, indicating that he understood. He looked at the undulating horse manes in front of him, and fell into deep thought again. He suddenly thought of something. The Hudu Empire and the Dragon Sparrow dynasty could be considered the purest of the 5 great empires in the world. Both of them were agricultural civilizations with a long history, vast territories, large populations, and strict social classes. They had a lot in common, like being content with the status quo, being proud of their current achievements, being a dark old feudal society, and snorting disdainfully at new things. These similarities and common understandings were the basis of business. The empire didn't have much interest in the metal, fire, and water kingdoms, and only had a good impression of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty because of this. The empire had to import large amounts of horses and livestock from the Greenwood Kingdom every year, and even introduced improved breeds and breeding technique. The Dragon Sparrow dynasty also had to purchase large amounts of luxury goods and excellent weapons from the empire. They would also send military officers and students to the empire to receive military training and martial arts training. Both sides relied on each other, but they also firmly guarded their core technique. This was the current situation of the Hudu Empire and the Greenwood Kingdom. Of course, this was only the official situation. Putting aside the improved breeds and cattle for the time being, the military horses imported from the Greenwood Kingdom were completely controlled goods. Apart from the imperial court, who dared to touch them privately, they would be punished for the crime of rebellion, and all of them would be killed. Therefore, although the Zhang family could establish a trade route to the Liefire Kingdom, no one dared to try the route of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. In other words, in the eyes of the empire, the improved breeds of the Greenwood Kingdom were more threatening than the overbearing firearms of the Liefire Kingdom. Therefore, these 2 excellent horses from the Dragon Sparrow dynasty must have been bought by Miss Zhao at a high price from the imperial court. If she wanted to obtain some overbearing firearms with extraordinary lethality, she only needed to send someone to the black market at the border of the Ming province. Some things were just that outrageous. However, being outrageous meant an opportunity. "I've been away for 2 years. I don't know what the situation is like now. Sun Lang mumbled to himself. Obviously, those idiots in the Imperial Court don't know what a biological invasion is, what a geno-art is, and what a T-virus is. I didn't have time to remind them back then. Well, it's a good thing that the idiots of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty haven't realized what terrible things they have in their hands yet. Thinking for a moment, he raised his head and asked Courier, "Is the Li-Fire Kingdom connected to the Greenwood Kingdom?" Courier nodded and said, "Yes. As far as I know, the Theocracy Kingdom imports a lot of food from the Greenwood Kingdom every year and has also hired the experts of the Greenwood Kingdom to breed and strengthen the cold resistance of the Li-Fire horses. Even now, there are Greenwood Kingdom people in the Fire Order who have converted to the spirit of fire. They are responsible for domesticating and raising the saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, icefang wolves, and other beasts unique to the Theocracy Kingdom." Sun Lang asked again, "Then, do you have any relationship with the people of the Greenwood Kingdom?" Courier was stunned for a moment. Although it was difficult for her to speak because she was still galloping on a horse, she still tried to put on a disdainful expression and snorted. "Those mutants with beast ears and beast tails are just like those people in the country of metal who put on mechanical parts for themselves. They have abandoned the glory and pride of human beings. They can't be considered human anymore. Those pathetic idiots, why would I have to deal with them?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "I also think that the Supreme Dog and the Harmonious Pig are all scum. However, according to the basic law of Mo 2, beast-eared girls and modified people can be treated differently. In other words, you don't know them." Courier frowned and said, "Why are you looking for them?" Sun Lang gave a thumbs up and said, "Of course it's to promote the diversity of the harem. Bah, I mean to promote the diversity of talent. I just suddenly thought of something interesting." He looked up and said cheerfully, "In the past 2 years, the Empire has been clamoring to open borders, but it's all talk and no action. They have a lot of scruples and don't dare to let go. For example, the livestock and military horse business of the Greenwood Kingdom is controlled very strictly by the Imperial Court, especially the military horse business. If anyone dares to smuggle it, they are usually punished with the crime of rebellion. However," Sun Lang laughed and said, "I'm AF** King Traitor. I've even killed officials and rebelled. Why would I be afraid of this? Ha, I've taught all the civil and military officials in the Imperial Court what war is. Now I'm going to teach them what reform and opening up are." Although he didn't know what Sun Lang was talking about, judging from his expression and appearance, it must be something to be happy about. Courier thought for a while and said with a smile, "You want to communicate with the people of the Greenwood Kingdom? I don't know about other things, but Qi Guanyin is the great general of Mingzhou. He's in charge of the military affairs of a province. There must be officials and supervisors in charge of horse management under him. There must be experts from the Greenwood Kingdom among them." Sun Lang slapped his forehead and said, "Damn, I've forgotten about this after not fighting for 2 years. In other words, we have to go to Huqing." Courier nodded and said, "Yes. There's no time to lose. Riding a horse is too slow. Let's change to another way." Sun Lang rejected. "No, you'll definitely crash if you bring me along. Don't say that you didn't warn me." Mao Mei couldn't stand the speed of riding a horse and said, "Then I'll summon a seraph to fly, and you can use your qigong to hurry. What do you think?" "That still won't work," Sun Lang said firmly. "Why can you fly in the sky, but I have to take the number 11 bus? What if you suddenly fly?" "Didn't you say that I can fly as much as I want?" "No means no. Who told you to say that I'm not handsome?" "It's because of this?" Their voices gradually faded away, and the two rode toward Huqing. Chapter 441. Although many large animals in the world were far superior to ordinary humans in terms of strength, speed, and wildness, they also had very fatal weaknesses compared to human beings. Their endurance was not good. This was mainly because their heat dissipation system was too tight. The price of great strength and extreme speed was a large accumulation of heat in the body, which limited the respiratory and circulatory systems, leading to the fatal problems of high explosive power and low endurance. In contrast, human beings were clean and had the best heat dissipation system in the biosphere and super endurance. They could almost run all large animals to death. Moreover, they liked to gather together, and they were also bad. They knew how to divide the work and encircle. They also knew how to design traps, and they had developed chest muscles second only to birds. Obviously, humans did not have chest muscles for flight. What were they used for? Throwing. First, they threw stones. Later, they learned to throw javelins. They were even more shameless. Therefore, these creatures that walked on two legs, had no hair on their bodies, and looked very weak like monkeys. Even without civilization, cities, and technology, they were the most deadly animals on this planet. Even in the wilderness, they were the top predators because they were the only long-range soldiers in the biosphere. As for taming plants, learning how to farm, taming animals, and learning how to raise livestock, that was a matter of the future. Tamed wolves and horses were used in hunting and war. Now, horses had become an indispensable part of the military system. However, after continuous breeding and improvement, horses still had fatal problems, and that was the terrible heat dissipation system and endurance. Although short-distance sprints were unstoppable, long-distance marches were constant problems and extremely dependent on logistics. Even after careful improvement and cultivation by the Greenwood Kingdom, the inherent weakness of the race could not be changed. No matter how good a warhorse was, at full speed for at most 10 minutes it would be killed. Even if it trotted, it could not last for too long. The two rode for a while. Sun Lang had been on the battlefield for a long time. He sensed that the horse was beginning to get tired. He looked into the distance and said, "There's a lake over there. Let's take a rest." Courier naturally did not have any objections. The two of them loosened the reins and let the horses slow down. They walked slowly and turned into a small path. When they reached the lakeside, they dismounted and unsaddled the horses, allowing them to eat grass and drink water on their own. After all, women loved cleanliness. It was rare to find a clear lake, so Courier ran over to wash her face. Her beautiful back view stretched from top to bottom, all the way down to her buttocks, outlining her alluring curves. Sun Lang only took a few glances before curling his lip. He stretched out his hand and stroked the side of the horse's body. He channeled his zhenqi into the warhorse, and the warhorse raised its head to the sky and snorted comfortably. Inner strength was a mysterious yet useful thing. It could allow a person to explode with power that exceeded the limits of their body. It could also improve their physique, and could even be used to help other living things, whether it was humans or livestock. The so-called healing by circulating one's inner strength was already a well-known function. The method Sun Lang used was a method passed down in the army. He used zhenqi to guide the warhorse's body, accelerating its heat dissipation and physical recovery. Although he did not know what the principle was, but since he already had zhenqi, why the hell would he need the principle? As a character at the level of the Seven Luminaries' Sword Saint, Sun Lang's inner strength was so strong that it was rarely seen in the world. When placed on the level of the entire planet, he could be considered to be at the top. Moreover, the two types of energy in his body had the attribute of nourishing all living things. Using it to take care of the warhorse was even more effective. Very soon, the cunning and tactful beast tasted the sweetness and intimately rubbed itself against Sun Lang. In the end, just as the horse's head reached over, it was casually slapped back by Sun Lang. The horse let out a reluctant neigh, its big eyes filled with grievance. It could only lower its head and continue to eat grass. On the other side, Courier had already finished washing up. She had already taken off her veil, revealing her exotic and alluring face. When she heard the neigh of the horse, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Lang snorted. This lecherous horse, how dare it try to look at me with its horse eye? Courier blinked her eyes. Although her Chinese had passed level 8, she still did not understand this very vulgar slang. By the way, I don't know the origin and reason of that thing being called horse eye. Anyway, at least it was already written that way in Jin Ping Mei. The ancients were really perverted. Sun Lang exhaled some filth at Courier, but the other party did not realize it and was not contaminated. It could be said that it was quite a failure. He thought for a moment and planned to say another one. Therefore, he turned his gaze to the calm lakeside, trying to find a water turtle that had stuck its head out of the water. But before he could find the water turtle, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from not far away. There were about a dozen riders rushing over, startling some leisurely low-flying water birds into the air. Courier's expression changed slightly. She immediately put on the veil and put on the heavy cloak again, covering her enchanting body and beautiful face. An overly beautiful appearance would cause unnecessary trouble. This was not the Lihua kingdom where religious authority was extremely strict, not to mention. She secretly glanced at Sun Lang. According to her mother's experience, this kind of man who obviously did not have any experience in love, no matter how strong he was, how broad his vision was, or how high his status was, he would not be able to deal with the deliberate flattery and adoration of a beautiful woman. Although he did not say anything, his vanity would be greatly satisfied. Unfortunately, she did not see anything from Sun Lang's face. This was the most troublesome thing about the warriors of the Empire. The best among them could even control every muscle on their faces and perfectly control their expressions, making it impossible for others to see what they were thinking or what they wanted others to see. Sun Lang turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound of horse hooves came from. He said casually, 15 people. The sound of hooves hitting the ground sounds like standard military horses. Strange. They are obviously soldiers, but they don't go to the station to drink the horses. The long war had allowed the Empire to have an efficient road system and relay station system. The war had just ended 2 years ago, so these things were far from being abandoned. Especially the official roads, there were relay stations or pavilions set up at intervals for the officials and citizens to rest and repair. The reason why Sun Lang and Creel didn't go there was because they were cautious. The less they showed their faces, the lower the possibility of an accident, especially when the relay station was an official institution. But here came the problem. These dozen or so Chiobao were official military horses of the imperial court. If they were on official business, the station would have special officials to serve them. They would be provided with high-quality horse feed, herbal tea and food for the civil servants, and they would be treated with public funds. Why would they not go there to enjoy the 5-star service? His curiosity was aroused. After a while, a dozen or so knights surrounded a man on a horse and came over. Looking at the attire of this group of people, Sun Lang's smile became more meaningful. They were all strong men dressed in tight clothes. They were not wearing armor, and the bags on their backs were bulging. At first glance, it was obvious that they were carrying weapons. These people looked extraordinarily majestic. They were surrounded by a young man with starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes. He was dressed in bright clothes and was riding on a horse. This style, this appearance, it was like a young master from a rich family who was traveling with guard. But it could not escape Sun Lang's ears. The sound of hooves hitting the ground was obviously from the standard military hoof. Seeing 2 people and 2 horses by the lake, the knights were also stunned and subconsciously put their hands on their waists. The young man in the lead smiled and said, "Oh, what a coincidence! There are 2 friends here." Among the knights, a man who looked like the leader said in a deep voice, "Young master, be careful. You must be vigilant. Dingli, send them away. Li Huan, Bao Si, Qian Chunlai, check if there are any ambushes around." The 3 horsemen responded in a loud voice and immediately dispersed their horses. They took out the long spears on their backs and stabbed at the bushes and bushes where people could hide. The other horseman directly rode his horse to Sun Lang's side. He took out a small ingot of silver from his bosom and threw it at Sun Lang's feet. He arrogantly said, "Take it. 3 li north of this place, there is a horse station. There is wine, meat, hot water and fodder. Go there and rest." Sun Lang smiled and said, "I don't dare to go. I still have a murder case." The knight was stunned and looked at Sun Lang. It seemed that he could not make up his mind. But after a moment of hesitation, it seemed that he did not want to complicate things. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be a fool. Take the money and get out." Sun Lang's smile didn't fade. He casually took out the soft rice that Miss Zhao gave him from his pocket. A garlic gold that had been polished until it was shiny was thrown to the ground by him. "This fish pond has been contracted by me. You guys can go somewhere else." The knight's face immediately darkened. If he could not even do a small thing well, not only would he lose face, but also let his superior think that he did not know how to do things. So he squeezed the horse's belly with his legs and took a few steps forward. He said in a low and slightly threatening voice, "Friend, I misjudged you. But in Jianghu it is not good to make enemies. Also, don't provoke people that you can't afford to provoke. Give us face and don't complicate things." Sun Lang put his hands on his waist and straightened his neck. He raised his head and said proudly, "Do you know who the F***ck I am?" The knight's expression became extremely ugly. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the young man behind him say, "That's enough. This lake doesn't belong to my family. Don't be so fierce and overbearing. Brothers, although it's good to be careful, don't make things difficult for others. Besides, Mingzhou is peaceful now. Even if there are thieves and bandits, they have all been eliminated by me, by General Qi." The knight leader hesitated for a moment and said loudly, "Ding Li, come back!" The knight glared fiercely at Sun Lang, revealing a ferocious expression that said, "Just you wait." But the young man still had a courteous look on his face. He cupped his hands and saluted Sun Lang and Curry from afar. He said loudly, "Excuse me for disturbing you too. It's just that these older brothers are worried about the safety of their younger brothers. Please forgive me." Those knights were still looking at Sun Lang with vigilance. Then, they clustered around the youth and circled around the lakeside, keeping a distance between the two people and stopping their horses at another place. They took out game from their bags, which seemed to have just been hunted. A few went to gather firewood, a few took care of the horses, and the rest all looked around vigilantly. In particular, 2 or 3 people stared at Sun Lang and the youth with unfriendly expressions. One of them was Ding Li. Sun Lang and Courier obviously didn't care about these guys. They just sat there and rested. Courier chuckled and said, "If we were in the Li-Fire Kingdom, these people would all be tied up and dragged to death by my horse." "You have a good temper," Sun Lang also smiled and said, "although that military ruffian is tyrannical, he knows how to pay. He's not too unreasonable. In the Empire's military system, he's considered reasonable and polite. Although he's also a bunch of trash, even if he's polite, there's no need to drag him off his horse and beat him to death." Kuril nodded and said, "This kind of discipline, in the various countries, would be the elite regular army. Soldiers are experts, and they are also the guardians who have repelled the extraterrestrial demons. They have the qualifications to look down on the commoners, and they also have the reason to be arrogant and proud. Otherwise, how could they fight?" Sun Lang shook his head and smiled. "That's why I said they're polite, but they're also a bunch of trash." Courier pursed her lips and smiled. "Then why are you arguing with trash?" Sun Lang said proudly, "Because I like to say no to people who think they're infallible. As long as you're happy." Courier turned her head and looked at the group of people. The young man was excitedly roasting wild rabbits and pheasants under the protection of his loyal guards. She suddenly said, This young man's identity and status must be very noble, to be able to be fully protected by this group of elite regular army. Thinking about the current situation of her country, she shook her head and said, compared to most of the nobles in the Li-Fire Kingdom, he's very cultured and educated. Of course, he's also more childish and naive, is that so? Sun Lang revealed a meaningful smile. You're still too young. All the nobles in the world, no matter if they're Chinese or Western, they're all the same. On the surface, they're cultured and educated, but that only means they're not lowly. It doesn't mean they have a good heart. You still have to learn. Courier obviously didn't understand what he was talking about. Mao Mei frowned and said, You mean he's not a good person? How can you tell? Sun Lang said proudly, Because the book said. Imperialism, feudalism, bureaucratic capitalism are the three mountains that press down on the people's head. The nobles are the privileged class that exploit and oppress the working people. None of them are good. Naturally, their hearts are very bad. Courier said with a subtle expression, You always say things without any basis, but you look so sure. Sun Lang snorted and said, You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, then wait and see. Courier didn't know why Sun Lang was so sure, but it wasn't worthwhile to argue with Sun Lang on this issue. So she continued to close her eyes and rest. But soon, she opened her eyes again and looked over there. A knight was walking towards them. He was holding 2 wooden plates in his hands, with 2 plates of steaming roasted meat and 2 pots of wine. Chapter 442. The rider walked over with 2 plates of meat and wine. He seemed to have heard Ding Li's description of Sun Lang's arrogant attitude. The rider's attitude was neither cold nor warm. He was only here because of his master's orders. He nodded formally and then calmly said, Under my master's orders, I'm here to deliver some wild game and wine to the 2 of you. I hope you can forgive me for the previous incident. Courier didn't seem to have heard anything. He didn't move and still sat on a rock, staring at the lake in a daze. Sun Lang waved his hand and refused. Thank you, but I won't. The rider didn't understand what Sun Lang was talking about. He thought that Sun Lang was being polite, so he said impatiently, This is the game we just hunted. The wine is good wine we brought from our residence. Please don't refuse. Sun Lang smiled. I'm sorry, my mother doesn't allow me to eat food from strangers. The rider was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of anger flashed across his face. He didn't know what was good for him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, My master treats you with courtesy, but you don't give him face again and again. I'm afraid it's not good. Sun Lang was stunned. This is strange. I don't know your master and I have no interest in getting to know him. I don't know what he does and what he's trying to do. He suddenly sent me food and if I don't eat it, I'm not giving him face? What kind of logic is this? The rider took a step forward. Sin ran in his eyes and a faint murderous aura came out of his body. It was like a leopard letting out a low roar, full of threat. Don't talk nonsense. My master has good intentions. Don't be so shameless and refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Sun Lang snorted coldly. Bullshit. What good intentions? Good intentions? Forcing us to drink wine? What kind of joke is this? Haven't you heard of a driver drinking a cup of wine and 2 lines of tears from relatives? We still have to hurry on with our journey. If we drink your wine, it'll be drunk driving. If we get caught, our riding license will be revoked. What a mess. The knight's expression had already turned gloomy, and the muscles on his arms gradually bulged. It was as if he was going to smash the 2 plates of meat and wine in his hands at the bastard in front of him in the next moment, and then give him a good beating. Sun Lang, on the other hand, was eager to see the world in chaos. Adding fuel to the fire, he said, What, you still want to hit people? Come on, this Sun likes to make a move against those who think they are stronger than others. Do you know who I am? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. He stood up and arrogantly raised his thumb and pointed at himself. He said proudly, F***ck, I just did a big job a few days ago. I have a lot of murder cases on my hands. If you really piss me off, none of you will be able to escape. Let me give you a piece of advice. Keep your eyes open and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. The knight's eyes were not only cold, but also filled with pity. He was so angry that he laughed. So he was an idiot, he thought. Claiming to have a murder case on his hands, he really put the hilt in my hands. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard a loud shout from behind him, Don't be rude. The noble young master, surrounded by guards, hurried over. As he walked, he shouted, Don't bully others. Don't complicate matters. Don't bully the weak. The knight glared at Sun Lang, his eyes revealing an expression that said, Consider yourself lucky, kid. However, he would not let things go peacefully. He turned to meet his companions, and then whispered the matter to them. When everyone heard that this rude idiot didn't know what was good for him, they all showed a dissatisfied expression. They looked at Sun Lang with eyes full of hostility. F***ck, we gave him face, but he didn't want it. This group of arrogant soldiers were already very angry. What kind of joke was this? The young master was so tolerant and generous that he didn't hesitate to make friends with you. He was courteous and tolerant in all aspects. You refused to give in first and then refused his good intentions. Did you really think that we were clay bodhisattvas who didn't have any anger at all? Even the young master's expression was a little stunned and dissatisfied. However, after a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, It's our fault. We urged them to leave at the beginning. They were dissatisfied and were on guard against us. It's normal, a knight angrily scolded. Dingley also gave money. We talked to him politely and didn't directly drive him away with knives. We were already giving them a lot of face. Who knew that our kindness was exchanged for the liver and lungs of a donkey? They took advantage of our nose and stepped on our face. Another knight echoed, That's right. Young master, you're still too soft-hearted. Some people just can't be spoiled. Otherwise, they really don't know how many bones they have. Shut up. The young master sternly said, You are all imperial soldiers of the empire. You eat the imperial food and receive the military pay. Are you using the knives and spears in your hands to bully the common people? Don't bully the weak. His words were loud and clear. After he was done, he bowed to Sun Lang and Courier and said, My partner is rather straightforward, but he is not a bad guy. However, because of various misunderstandings, he offended you time and time again and turned a good thing into a bad thing. I'm truly ashamed. Please accept my apology. Courier was still motionless, but Sun Lang seemed surprised. Wait, did you just say that they are all soldiers of the Imperium? Before the young man said anything, one of the knights roared, Prick up your ears and stand still. We are all from the general's residence of the Ming province. You are truly bold to be so rude to us in the territory of the Ming province. The young master turned around and roared, Shut up! The name of the general's residence of the Ming province was obtained by General Qi in a bloody battle against the Tianyuan Empire. It is the honor of protecting the country, not something that we can show off. But Sun Lang's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. That arrogant and smelly face from before had already turned into a warm spring flower blooming. An expression of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Could it be General Qi Guanyan's residence? The leader of the knights said coldly, Who else dares to call themselves the general of the Ming province other than Mr. Qi? Sun Lang slapped his thigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was truly a coincidence. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! So, this is General Qi's son? The young man shook his head slightly. No, General Qi is my brother-in-law. Sun Lang smiled and cupped his hands. So, it's the brother-in-law's faction. Bah, I mean the government. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Brothers, we are all on the same side. This fellow's change from arrogance to deference was too obvious. It was very despicable, especially since he had attracted a lot of hatred before. Now that his attitude had changed, he was even more despicable. The knights all sneered disdainfully, and the leader of the knights said indifferently, "Who is on the same side as you?" Sun Lang patted his chest loudly. "I am Sun Lang, the son-in-law of the Zhang family of the Ming province. Our Zhang family has never been short of filial piety to the general's residents of the Ming province during festivals. This is a typical collusion between military and business. We are all on the same side. What happened just now was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Everyone in the general's residence didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this person stupid? Why was he speaking the truth? Only the brother-in-law blinked thoughtfully, and his eyes darkened slightly. However, he still asked calmly, "The son-in-law of the Zhang family?" Sun Lang was full of nonsense. "Yes. I just got engaged a few days ago. This time, I came to the north to send an invitation to General Qi and invite him to attend my wedding. I will personally send it to him to show my sincerity. In addition, this is also a test from my father-in-law. In addition to sending the invitation, I also want to talk to General Qi about this year's new trade route and invite the general's residents to participate in the stock market," he said casually. "Isn't this a coincidence? I was just thinking about what General Qi would like and what gift to give him. I didn't expect to bump into you here. No gift can compare to pillow talk, right? When the time comes, I will ask you to put in a good word for me to the general's wife and make this happen. Wouldn't that be perfect?" As he said this, he showed a mysterious expression and winked. "After this is done, I will invite you to visit the brothel and let you book it for the night. Make it a full set. There are no limits." The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, many people didn't know how to deal with the legendary self-familiarity. However, he had heard his sister occasionally talk about the Zhang family and knew that the Zhang family was doing business with the Lihua kingdom. Moreover, there was no benefit for this person to pretend to be the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It seemed that it was true. After knowing the other party's identity, Shaoli still maintained his courteous appearance, but his attitude had undergone a subtle change. He cupped his hands in salute and said, "So it's brother Sun. Shaoli, you don't have to call me that. My surname is Wang and my given name is Yin." "So it's brother Yin." Sun Lang also cupped his hands and said arrogantly, "Then it's settled." Wang Yin frowned slightly and then sighed. "I can't agree to this. My brother-in-law rules the family as well as the army. How can I interfere in the official business of the general's residence? Besides, brother Sun, are you going to Huqing City to discuss business with the general's residence?" Sun Lang said proudly, "Yes. Now, our Zhang family has developed into a multinational family business and has a long-term and stable cooperation with the Lihua kingdom. In the next few years, our import and export business for the Lihua kingdom will reach a new height. And all of this needs the support of the Mingzhou government. Therefore, we sincerely invite the general's residents to join us and create a new future together." Wang Yin shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy." Sun Lang was stunned. "Why? It's very profitable." Yin Zai said seriously, "But my brother-in-law said a long time ago that he is a soldier of the empire and his duty is to protect the country and build an invincible army for the empire. He agreed with the opinion of a senior officer and confidant that the army is not allowed to do business. So, brother Sun, I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time." Wang Yin glanced at Sun Lang and showed a surprised expression. Why is brother Sun smiling?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "General Qi is loyal to the king and is a good general of the empire. But this matter can be flexible. It's not convenient for General Qi and the general's residents to do business, but it doesn't mean that the general's wife and her family can't do business. Moreover, this matter isn't about the military's business. It's just that General Qi loves the people like his own children. In order to vigorously support the development of civil trade, he sent troops to clean up bandits and escort caravans. This is also a merit of diligence and love for the people. Sun Lang said with a smile, and the protected merchants are grateful for the hard work of the soldiers and the benevolent rule of the general. They are willing to offer their wealth as military expenses and rewards. Isn't it wonderful? Wang Yin looked at Sun Lang in surprise, as if he didn't expect this crazy guy to come up with such a good idea. He said calmly, "It sounds like it might work." Sun Lang clapped his hands and said, "Right? If your sister is in charge of this matter, then your family will also benefit. If your family benefits, then you will also benefit. After all, she is your sister. If you can take a share of the profits, then you will be so happy that you will explode. You won't have a problem staying up all night, ha?" Wang Yin smiled. "This matter depends on my brother-in-law and sister. But it's a coincidence that I am also going back to Huqing. I can go with you, Brother Sunday," Sun Lang naturally agreed. "Ho ho ho, Yin Zai, you must help me. I'm counting on this one vote. If this matter is done beautifully, my father-in-law won't have anything to say." Wang Yin raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean, Brother Sun?" Sun Lang sighed. "Alas, you don't know. Actually, my wife and I love each other. We even privately promised to marry each other. At that time, we were betrothed before we were born." Wait. Wang Yin was a little confused. "Didn't you privately promise to marry each other? How come you were betrothed before you were born?" Sun Lang gave him a thumbs up, revealing his shiny teeth. "It was a sunny afternoon. I held her hand and walked in front of my father-in-law. She blushed and lowered her head shyly, hugging my hand tightly. I held my head high and chest out with a proud expression. I pointed at my wife's slightly bulging belly and told my father-in-law confidently, 'Father, we're getting married. You are still alive. Buddha is really taking pity on you.'" Sun Lang sighed. "So, you know, my father-in-law must be very unhappy. But first, what's done is done. His daughter said that she would marry no one else but me. Second, to be honest, the business and career of the Zhang family in the Lihua kingdom was established by me. So, although my father-in-law was unhappy with me, he couldn't do anything to me." Wang Yin nodded. "No wonder the Zhang family likes someone like you. This explains it clearly. No wonder the Zhang family could establish a connection with the Lihua kingdom quietly. It turns out that you are really capable. So, Yin Zai, you understand." Sun Lang said solemnly. "This is a crucial battle. We must fight it beautifully. You have to help me." Wang Yin revealed a warm smile and nodded. "I understand. I will definitely complete this matter and allow your elder brother to step into the Zhang clan with his head held high. Come, now that we have wine and meat, let's fill our stomachs first before setting out. Come, Brother Sun, this way please." Sun Lang had already thrown the drunk driving incident to the back of his mind. Roar, roar, roar. Courier heard this and also stood up silently. At this moment, Wang Yin turned to look at Courier, who was wearing a heavy cloak and had his head lowered. He asked casually, "By the way, Brother Sun, is this brother your companion?" Chapter 443. Everyone's eyes were focused on Courier, and they could only see the back of her thick cloak. This was because Mao Mei had her back to everyone from the beginning, sitting on a rock and looking at the scenery by herself. The cloak also covered her alluring figure, making it impossible to tell her gender. Sun Lang smiled and said, "Yin Zai, you're playing with too much. This is a woman, one of my maids. She's a slero, so she doesn't understand what we're talking about. Don't worry about her." Then he turned his head and said to Courier, "Esnati fegra tiem." Courier didn't understand, but this didn't stop her from understanding Sun Lang's meaning. She stood up silently, turned around, and quietly came to Sun Lang's side. There was a series of gasps from the crowd. Her enchanting figure was covered by the cloak, and her moving face was covered by a veil, but the woman's eyes were still exposed. They were like the blue sky above the snowy mountains, and people who saw her couldn't help but hold their breaths. It was better to reveal less than to reveal more. A woman like this who was covered from head to toe, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, could arouse the endless imagination and desire of men. Wang Yin's breathing quickened a little, and his body trembled slightly. But he didn't lose his poise. After a moment, he smiled as if nothing had happened, and patted Sun Lang's shoulder. His tone was affectionate and reproachful. "Brother Sun really knows how to joke. How could such a national beauty be your servant girl?" Please note that this was the first time Wang Yin took the initiative to make physical contact with Sun Lang. Previously, when Sun Lang was talking nonsense, he wanted to put his arm around Wang Yin's shoulder, but Wang Yin avoided him with a slight frown. Sun Lang pretended that he didn't know anything. He blinked his big eyes and said innocently, "How can she not be my maid? She's from the Lihua Kingdom, and I brought her to Mingzhou. You know, the Lihua Kingdom is a barbarian outside of civilization. Everyone there has never seen the world. When I arrived there, I was a hot commodity. With a wave of my hand, many beautiful girls would throw themselves at me. You don't know how popular the people of the empire are in other countries." His mouth was full of nonsense, describing the Lifire Kingdom as a good place for rich men and girls. Any citizen of the empire, as long as they could go there, would be treated as a VIP and invited into the homes of the nobles to serve as tutors for the noble ladies. If not, they would be invited to a large merchant company as a high-level consultant. If you knew martial arts, ayaya, that would be amazing. Who knew how many lords and nobles would cry and shout to give their women to you? He patted his chest and proudly said, "I'm not bragging. If I went to St. Yuri Castle and met the Lihua Emperor, he would most likely become sworn brothers with me. He would give me half of his empire and beg me to stay." Obviously, no one believed the biggest truth. After everyone understood, they came up with the truth in their minds. This bastard had gone to the Lihua nation, and relying on the fact that the people there were ignorant, he had deceived this peerless beauty with flowery words, forcefully taking her body. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be a peerless handsome man. Moreover, there was something wrong with his head. How could such a great beauty fall for him? It was like a lamb falling into a dog's mouth. For a moment, the men were filled with indignation and extreme dissatisfaction. Their friendliness towards Sun Lang had dropped to the level of hatred. Courier listened to Sun Lang's serious nonsense and almost laughed out loud. He felt that Sun Lang's behavior was very interesting. Obviously, if the person who was spouting nonsense and talking nonsense was a commoner without any ability, then Creel would definitely feel that the other party was noisy, dirty, and annoying. But Sun Lang, as such a strong person, actually did such a thing, which was simply very interesting and surprising. But in the eyes of the crowd, this kind of gaze was simply a blind love. This made them even more unhappy. Among them, Wang Yin's expression was the most complicated. He looked at Courier's eyes that were clearer than the sky, his beautiful eyebrows and white skin. He suddenly sighed in a low voice, "Alas, just looking at your eyebrows and eyes, it's like a picture. I wonder how beautiful you are." Unfortunately, this Sun Lang didn't seem to know how to conduct himself. Even after hinting to this extent, he still pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Yin Zai, why aren't you leaving? Didn't you say you were going to drink and eat meat?" Wang Yin's face sank slightly, but he immediately patted his forehead and said with a bitter smile, excuse me. 2 sirs, this way please. This little brother has hunted a lot of game this time. There's also wine from the general's residence. Please have a taste." Sun Lang patted Wang Yin's shoulder casually, What 2 sirs, 2 sirs, she's my maid, that's a servant. Yin Zai, why are you being so polite with her? Wang Yin was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, Brother Sun, you're wrong. A servant is also a person. Today, whether it's master or servant, both of you are my friends. Let's drink and eat meat together. Sun Lang looked up to the sky and laughed. He didn't say anything, and followed Wang Yin to the place where their horses were stationed. Courier didn't say a word, and obediently followed behind Sun Lang. The riders followed behind, looking at the swaggering and sloppy Sun Lang, and then looking at the handsome and unhurried Wang Gongzi. The difference between them was obvious. Unfortunately, the beauty that could cause the downfall of a country actually followed that bastard. A few people looked at each other. They could be considered as veterans, and noticed the Gongzi's behavior and attitude just now. They secretly nodded and thought of a plan. Sure enough, it was a picnic in the yamen. Although they didn't bring any servants, the conditions were much better. The ground was covered with expensive blankets, and the roasted game on the fire was sprinkled with precious spices, emitting a fragrant aroma. There was also a mellow wine, poured into a silver cup, and a rich wine aroma flowed out. Sun Lang's hearing was amazing, and he immediately heard the sound of saliva swallowing behind him. This girl. Wang Yin invited the two to sit down. Sun Lang sat on the ground, and Courier knelt behind Sun Lang. His eyes were closed, and he didn't say a word. His appearance of being 1,000 miles away made people's hearts itch. Wang Yin personally poured a cup of wine for Sun Lang, and Sun Lang received it with a smile. Then Wang Gongzi poured another cup, and took a step forward, intending to pass it to Courier with both hands. Sun Lang stretched out his hand to stop him. Yin Zai, what are you doing? Wang Yin blinked and smiled. Of course I'm treating this lady to a cup. Sun Lang furrowed his brows. Yin Zai, when the general's mansion in Mingzhou has a meal, will General Qi have the servant girls and manservants who serve him tea and water sit beside him and drink with him? Wang Yin was stunned, and then he explained, Of course not, but Sun Lang waved his hand. No buts. The general's mansion has its own etiquette, and so does my family. There can't be the slightest bit of carelessness. If there's a mess, it'll be troublesome, just like how General Qi doesn't eat and live with ordinary soldiers. Hearing this, before Wang Yin could say anything, the knights were dissatisfied, and one of them said unhappily, Nonsense, our general often eats with us and chats with us. He treats us like brothers, so we're also loyal to the general. Sun Lang was stunned, and then he looked at the soldiers with reverence and pride. He seemed to understand and said indifferently, Oh, is that so? I see. The knight clearly understood the meaning of I see, and said proudly, Otherwise, how could the general stand out among the military officials in the world and rule over Mingzhou? It's because he's good at training soldiers that we're all willing to die for the general. Sun Lang nodded. I understand, no wonder. Sun Lang's previous performance had attracted too much hatred, and many people were unhappy with him. One of the knights took the opportunity to speak sarcastically. Mr. Sun just said that General Qi doesn't eat and live with us. Why do you think so? Does Mr. Sun also have some understanding of the art of war? Sun Lang said indifferently, I can't say that I have any understanding, but I do have some life experience and skills. I think, especially in a place like the army, there's a need for respect, because the army is a place where people fight and fight. It's a place where absolute obedience is required. In other words, the general must have prestige. Therefore, the army must have a strict hierarchy. The more capable you are, the higher the rank you get, the higher the salary you get, and the higher the privileges you have. He said calmly, Indeed, the general must treat the soldiers as his sons, so he can win the soldiers' support and loyalty. But there's a problem here. Teaching a son is not only about spoiling him, feeding him, and coaxing him, but also teaching him to discipline him. If he doesn't obey, he has to be beaten and punished. He has to know what to do, otherwise, what's the use of raising an arrogant ingrate? He looked at the knight who mocked him, and said indifferently, "The so-called father's love is originally deeper and more obscure than a mother's love. I think the general doesn't need to eat and live with the soldiers, he only needs to make them fear him. He only needs to let them know that their salary will not be deducted, and their rewards will not be reduced. If they make a contribution, they will be promoted. If they have the ability, they will be able to stand out. If they are in trouble, they will be rescued. If they die, their family will be taken care of. If they make a mistake, they will be punished. If they commit a capital crime, they will have to obey the general's orders unconditionally. The general will order them to charge and break through the enemy lines, face the arrows, and press forward, but he will never humiliate their dignity and will always treat them as human beings." He raised his head, looked at the sky, and said slowly, "That's more or less it will be fine." For a moment everyone was silent, as if they didn't expect Sun Lang to say something like that. Their expressions were very complicated, but soon they laughed and shook their heads. A scholar's view, an armchair strategist. The knight who mocked him continued, "You're taking things for granted. I've never heard of such a general." Sun Lang smiled. "That's right, how could there be one?" Wang Yin was a little embarrassed. He raised his wine cup, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Sun Lang looked at him and said indifferently, "Yin Zai, don't let her drink. The general's residence has its own rules, and I have mine." The people in the small yamen were shocked by Sun Lang's speech. They wanted to retreat, but they subconsciously looked behind Sun Lang and found that the devastatingly beautiful woman was looking at Sun Lang with her beautiful eyes. She didn't even blink. The look in her eyes was very complicated, but it was easy to understand. It seemed to be full of tenderness for a moment. He felt very unhappy. In addition, he was repeatedly humiliated by Sun Lang, especially in front of the beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman didn't even look at him. His face sank. "Brother Sun, you won't not give me this much face, right?" Sun Lang looked at him. "What face? From the beginning, your people have been talking about face. Face, is your face forcing people to do things they don't like to do?" Wang Yin said coldly, "I'm inviting this lady to drink, not you. You're not her, how do you know if she likes it or not? You tricked her from her hometown to here, tricked her into following you, how do you know if she likes it or not? She was deceived by you, and only knows how good you are. She was treated as your plaything and servant, how do you know if she likes it or not? How do you know if she will change her mind after seeing a bigger world, more beautiful things?" Sun Lang laughed. "Your imagination is really strong. I really don't know if she likes it or not, but, hey, do you like it or not?" Courier looked at Wang Yin and then looked back at Sun Lang and said softly, "Of course I like it, I have already decided on you. Even if you lie to me, even if you treat me as a plaything, even if you treat me as a maid, I will always follow you, please you, and make you like me even more. This kind of heart will never change, no matter what happens." The voice was cold and noble. Although the pronunciation was a little strange, the perfect timbre smoothed out all the flaws, especially the deep affection, which tugged at the heartstrings of all men. Wang Yin was shocked at first, then he flew into a rage and said, "You lied to me! Didn't you say that she doesn't understand Chinese?" Sun Lang said innocently, "Yes, she doesn't understand." Courier also said, "Yes, I don't understand." These words were like adding oil to the fire, and Wang Yin's face was already gloomy. He said coldly, "Are you playing with me?" Sun Lang tilted his head, "No." "Good, good, good, very good." Wang Yin's voice became more and more gloomy. He looked at Courier fiercely, like a hungry wolf looking at bloody meat, and said fiercely, "This woman I want." Sun Lang yawned. "You've finally revealed your true nature." He turned to look at Curry. "Did you see that? Whether it is the Empire or Li Fire, the so-called nobles are actually the same. They show good manners because they think that they are better than others, and they don't want to lower themselves to the same level as us peasants. When their pride and wealth are shattered, they will be flustered and exasperated, and they will also be angry, and they will also do stupid things because we are all humans and we are all the same. Wang Yin said gloomily, "No, we are not the same. Do you think the Zhang family is so great? After becoming the son-in-law of the Zhang family, you dare to challenge me? Today, I will let you know what is the difference between us." Sun Lang looked at the knights who were slowly standing up, and said with a smile, "What, are you going to kidnap a civilian girl?" Wang Yin originally had this intention, but suddenly his heart was moved, and he said with a malicious smile, "No, you said that I am flustered and exasperated, that I am angry, and that I will do stupid things? No, I won't do that. Kidnap? I don't need to kidnap. I will make you cry and kneel, and give this woman to me with both hands." Chapter 444. The mask of gentleness and elegance had been torn off, and the arrogant soul was exposed. The son of a rich family who was used to being superior, and the lackey who was used to being bullied by his master. Sun Lang looked around. Everyone had an expression as if they were watching a show. He smiled playfully and played with the wine glass in his hand. "Friend, that's very low. Friend, the most important thing for nobles is to act pretentious. They have to elegantly achieve their goals. Even if they swallow people alive, they have to elegantly wipe their mouth with a napkin. Oh?" After showing his advantage, and tearing off his disguise, Wang Yin calmed down. Playing with prey was a predator's pleasure. He smiled. "Then what should I do?" Sun Lang raised his glass and said calmly, "Just now I revealed a few things. First, I am the son-in-law of the Zhang family in Mingzhou. Second, I am going to Hongqing to talk business with General Qi. Third, I have a favor to ask of you. With such a big advantage, how can you lose? Even if you like my maid, you don't have to rob her openly." He smiled and said, "Go directly to Ernesto and give a hint. Who in the court doesn't know that your brother-in-law is a henpecked husband? When the time comes, you only need to give a pillow talk to stop this business. Then you can come out and say that you can solve it, and then you can express your love for my maid. I am a smart person, how can I not understand your meaning in the court? You can achieve your goals so elegantly. You don't have to make a fuss and make a fuss. You don't have to act like a lowly villain and embarrass yourself." Wang Yin was slightly taken aback by his words. He snorted coldly. He indeed wanted to do so. "So, judging from your expression, you also plan to do that when you go back." Sun Lang sighed. "So, young man, you are still too naive, too simple, and too impulsive. You can't even hold back for a little while. Alas, son, I am very disappointed in you. I thought I could play with you all the way." Under this kind of heavy encirclement, this guy called Sun Lang was still speaking frankly and confidently without the slightest bit of fear. It was unknown whether he was really stupid or had something to rely on. This leisurely attitude made Wang Yin somewhat vigilant. It was the duty of a lackey to share his master's burdens. Therefore, the knight who mocked Sun Lang earlier jumped out again and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Our young master has taken a fancy to your maidservant, so he won't take advantage of you. Name a price. In any case, you swindled her from the Lihua kingdom, and you treat her as a servant." Sun Lang laughed and said, "You made it sound natural to force people to buy and sell. You're a military ruffian. As the country's army, you don't want to protect the land and serve the country. Instead, you bully innocent people. Don't you feel ashamed?" The knight named Dingley sneered and said, "You asked for it. In the beginning, I told you to get out. You should have taken the money and left obediently. Who's to blame for the current situation? This place is not contracted by the general's mansion. Why should I give it to you?" Sun Lang pointed at Wang Yin and said, "And you asked for it yourself? Don't joke around. Who do you think your young master is? He looked at Wang Yin and laughed. In the beginning, when you came to drive people away, this Yaman Wang looked over here. His eyes stopped on me for 2 seconds, and on her for at least 6 or 7 seconds. This Yaman Wang is indeed a master of flowers. He could see through the cloak. So he shouted to stop you. Do you remember what he said? He deliberately let it slip, hinting that he came from the general's mansion in Mingzhou. After that, he probably wanted to open the conversation by delivering wine and meat. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately seized the opportunity and hinted about his family background. Just now, your voices were so loud that ordinary people could hear it. I felt embarrassed for you. Sun Lang chuckled and said, however, the most interesting thing was the change in this Yaman Wang's expression after I said that I was the son-in-law of the Zhang family. He looked at Wang Yin and shook his head. After you were stunned for a moment, the politeness and caution on your face immediately faded. Why? Because my identity is no longer unknown. Because the status of the son-in-law of the Zhang family is much lower than the brother-in-law of the general of Mingzhou. You don't have to be too polite to me. You began to be angry at my rudeness, and you began to feel impatient with my hospitality. Wang Yin snorted, interrupting Sun Lang's words with displeasure. He said in a gloomy voice, so, your identity is fake? Sun Lang broke into a smile. Of course it's real. I am the son-in-law of the Zhang family. This concerns my marriage, my ancestors, my descendants, and a lifetime of happiness. How can I joke about this? Wang Yin smiled coldly. If that's the case, how dare you be so rude to me? Why wouldn't I dare? Sun Lang said calmly. It looks like you've relied on your brother-in-law's power and influence to act tyrannically. You're just like this group of ruffians. Relying on Qi Guanyan's arrogance and love, you don't know what your surname is. You seem to have forgotten that above the power of the general of Mingzhou, there is still the pressure of the law. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly laughed loudly in unison. Among this group of armored soldiers, there were a few who were tactful. They squeezed to the side of Wang Yin, who was also laughing loudly, and joined in the fun. Young master, at this time, shouldn't we be like the bad guys in the opera and say those words in front of the imperial envoy on a private visit? That's right. Wang Yin looked at Sun Lang with a mocking gaze and then said loudly, Come, brothers. Let's let this law-abiding citizen know. Come, I'll start. The law? He imitated the evil tyrant in the opera and said arrogantly. Then the knights laughed in unison and said, I am the law. Sun Lang, who was surrounded in the center, dug his ears expressionlessly and sighed. As expected of Qi Guanyan's soldiers and relatives, they're so well trained. Even when they raise their flags, they're so orderly. Man, are you so scared that you've lost your mind? You're saying things that others don't understand. The knight named Dingley sneered. As the son-in-law of the Zhang family, you even asked the general's family for help. What happened? My young master asked you for a maidservant, and you made all sorts of excuses. From the art of war to the law of the country, it was mixed with a lot of nonsense. If others wanted to have a relationship with my young master, they would have to put in a lot of effort. You, on the other hand, don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he smiled maliciously and said, My young master asked you nicely for a maidservant. That's because he has good self-restraint and is giving you face. If you don't know what's good for you, not to mention this little maidservant, even your Zhang family's beautiful fiancée, he will. Hearing this, many knights understood what he meant and laughed in a filthy manner. Dingley heard the laughter of his companions and looked at his young master from the corner of his eyes. He saw that his young master had a look of approval on his face. He was happy and couldn't help but want to add oil to the fire and humiliate this kid. But he saw Sun Lang raise his head and the two men's eyes met. Then, there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes. Then, the world turned crimson. The knights who were laughing in a dirty way saw Sun Lang raise his head. Then, they felt a heat on their faces, as if something had splashed on their faces and bodies. Then, they heard a faint buzzing sound that sounded like the chirping of insects. Then, they almost thought that their eyes had deceived them. They heard their companions suddenly howl in pain. The scene in front of them was like a strange scene that would only appear in a nightmare. The body of the previously proud Dingley exploded with a thick mist of blood. It was as if thousands of invisible knives were madly cutting at his body, crushing his skin, flesh, bones, and blood inch by inch. From the skin to the bone marrow, it was as if an invisible monster was nibbling at him until there was nothing left. Dingley howled incessantly, his entire body trembling violently. Inch by inch, his blood, skin, bones, and flesh continued to explode and scatter in all directions. The sturdy man gradually became a bloody person and then slowly became a skeleton. Subtle sounds of breaking air continued to explode, and a bloody mist scattered in all directions. However, the wind inexplicably stopped. Large swaths of bloody light continued to flutter, constantly rising onto the bodies and faces of the stunned crowd, but avoiding the master and servant sitting on the ground. Sun Lang's surroundings were spotless. The wine in the cup was still crystal clear. Like a nightmare, one couldn't feel the passage of time. It was as if one's soul was frozen at any time. After an unknown period of time, Dingley finally breathed his last. But that invisible force continued to relentlessly crush the remaining bones and organs into ashes. On the eerily quiet lakeside, Sun Lang's sigh broke the deathly silence. A soldier didn't die on the battlefield, but died because of his cheap mouth. Don't you think it's tragic? He was still sitting on the ground, his expression as calm as ever. He turned his head and looked at the people of the general's residence, led by Wang Yin, who were covered in blood. He said indifferently, "What are you laughing at?" People's bodies and legs were trembling involuntarily. It was pure fear. Even the elite soldiers found it hard to accept such a thing. They hadn't realized what had happened. Only the instincts of living creatures conveyed the signal of fear to their bodies. Sun Lang said calmly, "Who else laughed just now? Stand out." The people hadn't broken free from the pure fear. Their eyes were full of shock. After saying that, Sun Lang revealed a smile. "Don't worry, I'm just asking. I heard it very clearly just now. There was you, and you," he casually pointed at them. But this casual pointing was not stingy with Yama's spring and autumn samsara brush. While talking and laughing, another 5 people exploded instantly. 6 people died in an instant. Their bodies were smashed and their bones were ground to dust. The strong smell of blood soared into the sky. With the attributes of these people, it was impossible for them to pass the willpower test in such a terrifying situation. They were still in a state where they could not move. However, the guards who were scattered around the area noticed the abnormality and immediately shouted loudly as they rushed towards this side. Sun Lang said, "Noisy?" The calm lake behind him suddenly surged with waves. The vast waves turned into a few giant spirit palms. They were raised high and then smashed down like swatting flies. The knights who were responsible for keeping watch were directly knocked unconscious by the huge force. The water splashed violently into the air and turned into countless fine water droplets pouring down. It was like a heavy rain, but they still avoided Sun Lang and fell on the heads of the people. The cold water made them shiver. They finally broke free from the fear and numbness. They finally realized what had happened. The leader of the knights who had been watching the show held the hilt of the sword at his waist and roared, "How dare you!" Sun Lang slowly stood up. He really did it slowly. From sitting cross-legged to straightening his right knee, to exerting force with his right leg, he slowly stood up. But every inch he stood up, the bodies of the people became shorter, until Sun Lang completely stood up and stretched. From the royal seal to the leader of the knights to the remaining living people, they had been pressed to the ground by an invisible force. They were stuck in the mud. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't move at all. Sun Lang lifted his foot and stepped on the head of the leader of the knights, who was constantly roaring, crushing his head into the mud. He calmly said, "Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Using the strong to bully the weak. Arrogant but without a backbone. Martial arts but without a martial spirit. If he is not defeated, he will flaunt his strength. If he is defeated, he will be like a dog with a broken back. This Qi Guanyin, it seems that he is nothing more than this." The mouth and nose of the leader of the knights were gradually pressed into the soft mud by the lakeside. He could no longer breathe, let alone shout. He let out a whimper and his body violently struggled. But the more intense the movement, the more oxygen he consumed. His legs constantly kicked, his 10 fingers deeply clawed into the mud. His body constantly trembled. Everyone could see that this soldier who had been giving orders and commanding calmly was at the point of life and death. Sun Lang was not moved. He calmly said, "Looking at your identity and age, you must have been on the battlefield before. You don't want to be a good person, but instead become a dog. You are the leader of this group of ruffians. Your position in the general's residence is not low. This Enzai should give you some face. When I was being bullied, why didn't you say anything? How did you become a soldier?" However, the knight leader could no longer answer. His movements gradually slowed down, and then turned into a painful struggle. In the end, he slowly quieted down and could no longer move. This officer, who might have participated in the War of Heaven's origin, died silently on this peaceful lakeside. Ah, this world! Sun Lang loosened his foot. At the same time, the terrible force pressing everyone on the ground dissipated. Sun Lang looked at the people lying on the ground and smiled. "Whether good people can live a long life, I really don't know. But those who are not good people will die. This I can guarantee." And he chuckled. "You have practiced the turtle breathing skill well. Did you practice it in a water tank when you were young?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and stomped again. The entire lake shook, and the leader of the knights on the ground let out a short scream. It was as if he had lost all his bones, and his whole body collapsed and laid on the ground. The leader's second scream could no longer arouse the anger of the survivors. They looked at Sun Lang in horror, as if they were looking at a temperamental devil. "Look at you all." Sun Lang sighed. "Courage, determination, conviction, your current spirit can't even be compared to the local militia. If I had such lousy soldiers under my command, I would have sent them home to nurse their children long ago, so that they wouldn't lose their lives on the battlefield and drag their fellow soldiers down with them. This Qi Guanyin has been living and eating with you all, but he's trained to be such useless dogs who rely on their master's power. How shameful!" Hearing Sun Lang insult their great general, some of the knights mustered up their courage and wanted to resist. However, Sun Lang glanced at them casually and they shivered, unable to say a word. Sun Lang also didn't pay attention to this motley crew. He clasped his hands behind his back, the wind on the lake ruffling the corners of his clothes. Sun Lang said calmly, "Hurry back immediately and report to Qi Guanyin that I'm taking his brother-in-law along the official road to Huqing. Tell him to come and see me until I step through the gates of Huqing. If I don't see Qi Guanyin again, from the city gates to the Qi residence, I'll kill as many people as I see. 3 years ago, I taught him how to fight. Now, it seems that I'll have to teach him how to train soldiers. Also, when you do things, you have to leave some leeway. As a person, you have to be kind. As soldiers, you should remember, before you do anything in the future, think about the mud on the ground." As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand and the trembling Xiao Yin, who was lying on the ground, was lifted up. Sun Lang patted the dirt on the other's face and smiled warmly. "Yin Zai, this is fate. After going around in circles 3 times, in the end we still have to go the same way. Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Wang Yin looked as if he had seen a ghost. He trembled and said, You, my brother-in-law is the general of Mingzhou, I am looking for the general of Mingzhou. Sun Lang patted his face and smiled. Also, what's so great about being the brother-in-law of the commander of the military region? I was King, the deputy commander of the previous batch. Chapter 445. Wang Yin obviously didn't know what the chairman of the military commission meant. However, this didn't prevent him from understanding the meaning behind Sun Lang's words. What he meant was, is your brother-in-law's official rank very high? My rank is not lower than his. Are you kidding me? There were 9 Zhenzhou generals in the world. They were all extremely high-ranking officials, and even if they were to return to the imperial court and become a minister of war or a minister of war, in terms of rank, it would be a transfer. How could you say my brother-in-law's rank is low? Could you be the martial arts hall's sword pavilion's general and be the top military official in the world? But now, even if Sun Lang said he was the emperor, Wang Yin had to nod and agree. This was because this person's meaning was, what's the harm in killing you? Not to mention other things, this person's martial arts were unimaginably strong and had already reached the realm of legends. Although Wang Yin's martial arts were not good, his brother-in-law was a martial arts master who rarely appeared in this world. Usually, he would casually tell him some things about the martial arts, so Wang Yin was very clear. He had just chopped Ding Li into pieces and summoned the giant spirit palm from the lake. Although it seemed like a demonic spell, it was actually an extremely high-level martial arts. This person must be a peerless swordsman from the Imperial Army who had the water element. The sword chi and the water defense technique just now were not inferior to the dead water radiance sword saint mentioned by his brother-in-law. How could such a person become the son-in-law of the Zhang clan in Mingzhou? He was full of regret. If God gave him another chance, he would definitely try his best to please this guy. No, it was better to stay away from this temperamental guy as far as possible. Moreover, judging from this person's words, it seemed that he was here for his brother-in-law. Although he didn't know if his brother-in-law's martial arts and troops would be able to restrain this madman, he knew one thing, and that was that his life was in the hands of this madman, and he definitely wouldn't mind casually killing him. Thinking of this, Wang Yin's heart was dominated by extreme humiliation and fear. He didn't even know how to beg the other party to spare his life. The other party obviously wasn't afraid of his brother-in-law. His martial arts were excellent, and he definitely wasn't interested in money. He had a beautiful maid, and he didn't seem to care too much about beauty. Facing someone who could take his life at any time, he didn't even know what to do to survive. The change in expression, the look of remorse, the feeling of watching a self-righteous person change from a smug, high and mighty loser into a trembling wretch, this feeling. Sun Lang put on a subtle expression and sighed. It feels better than sucking ass. Wang Yin was still trembling. He couldn't even understand what the other party was saying. This is what they mean by life is full of surprises. The only thing missing is a heart that yearns to show off and slap faces. He heard the other party say, "It's a pity that portable cameras haven't been invented yet. Otherwise, I'll carry a camera with me everywhere in the future. Every time I successfully slap someone in the face, I'll pull the victim to make a Nicole gesture and shout, 'I've succeeded in acting tough,' to the camera. Then, I'll take a photo with them as a souvenir. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Courier, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Camera? Are you referring to a device that can copy the real picture?" Sun Lang shook his head like a lion and said with surprise and joy, "Ah? Do you have it?" Courier shook his head and said, "If you're talking about the kind of imaging device that can leave the image on a silver-plated copper plate, I don't have it. If I remember correctly, that kind of technology has just become popular in the West in the past 2 years. It's highly sought after by many nobles and rich people. However, The Church has realized the strategic value of this technology and is using the flame technology of the Kingdom of Fire to imitate and improve the principle. Courier was talking about the daguerreotype photography method. This earliest camera directly printed the image on a silver-plated copper plate. The exposure time was about 30 minutes, and it usually took a whole day to develop the photo. Moreover, the photo couldn't be duplicated. In other words, photography in this era was a craft. Rather than playing with equipment, it was more like playing with skills. Spending an entire day with all kinds of complicated toxic chemicals to create a one-of-a-kind copper photo that was out of print in the world. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed quite cool. The significance of photography in the military was obviously greater than its civilian significance. In this regard, the flame priests of the Fire Order were at the forefront of the military. If there was a convenient and fast photography technology, it would be of great significance for spy operations, military investigations, and even the preservation of data. However, none of that was important in Sun Lang's eyes. At this moment, the figures of many female teachers flashed in his mind. They were the ones who accompanied Sun Lang through his white youth that was full of dreams and beautiful dreams without asking for anything in return. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and bowed solemnly. "Please transfer the camera to me. This is the request of my life. Please." Courier was quite shocked. She said in a subtle tone, "After spending half a day with you, I think I've realized something, which is that I can't seem to keep up with your thoughts." Sun Lang said loudly, "Coach, I want to play with photography." Mao Mei sighed. "I can't give it to you even if I want to. This camera device is a module that is directly installed on the Death Messenger. It's a camera device that runs on the functions of the Seraph. Also, it's only a prototype and is the best that the Flame Priests can achieve right now. Also, the Church didn't give it to me for fun, but to wait until I capture the Lone Wanderer. Well, you know what I mean." Sun Lang sighed rather regretfully. Then, he clenched his fists and shouted, "Bring in talents! Bring in with high salaries! Establish a reward system! Perfect the patent system! I want a portable camera!" Kuro rolled her beautiful eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been so awe-inspiring, killing people with a smile, as if he was the most dignified monarch. But now, he had finally revealed his true colors. Sun Lang seemed to have set up another small goal for himself. Then, he waved his hands excitedly and said, forget it. We can talk about the future later, but we have to deal with the present now. Come on, take a picture for us." Courier nodded helplessly. Then, she pressed the transmitter on her waist. Then, a faint whistling sound came from the sky, and a silver bird descended from the sky. In the sound of metal rubbing against each other, it turned into a human shape in midair, and suddenly landed on the ground, causing a violent tremor. The people of the general's residence, who were still awake, looked at the iron giant descending from the sky, and then at Courier, who was wearing a cloak and a veil. They were all confused. How should they describe it? It was like when they were bullying Arya at the village entrance with a group of friends. They suddenly found that the little girl took out a strange white stick from her butt pocket and pointed it at the sky. Then, an interstellar friend from the M78 nebula appeared out of thin air. Then, they saw that the terrifying iron giant was half kneeling on the ground. The steel plate on its back opened, and then, the maid with beautiful eyes, F*King, crawled in. Their blank expressions slowly turned into stupefaction. It was as if they realized that the M78 interstellar friend in front of them was actually Arya. This was the Hutu Empire, the northern border Ming state. In this feudal country, something extremely inhumane happened. 7 luminaries Sword Saint and Li Huiyenwei, 2 of the top soldiers of their respective countries, joined forces and did this and that to the family and subordinates of a military commander of the Hutu Empire. Seraph raised her right hand, and a large device popped out from her right arm, aiming at the people of the general's residence. These low-level villains who had been slapped in the face by the pretentious people were suffering a second mental devastation. Presumably, after experiencing such a thing, they would deeply realize the sacredness of the identity of a soldier and a soldier's family. They would always remember the 8 honors and 8 disgraces, protect the country, support the imperial court, love the people, be kind to others, never bully others, and never use the power of a general to commit crimes. Because when their hearts were filled with malice again, the arrogance and viciousness in their hearts once again overshadowed their conscience, and they were about to bare their fangs at the weak, they would remember this day. They would remember the son-in-law of the Zhang residence, who was very long-winded but whose martial arts were simply amazing. They would remember the maid with beautiful eyes who could casually summon the terrifying Iron Giant. They would remember the scene where they stood in front of the Iron Giant, surrounded the man, bent their middle and ring fingers, and raised their hands high on both sides of their heads. They faced the big cannon in the giant's hand, forced smiles, and shouted, "Pretentious success, Nico 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 Nico." There were a total of 15 people from the Mingzhou general's mansion. 6 lackeys with foul mouths were dead, and 1 lackey leader who didn't do anything was dead. 4 lucky sentries had fainted, and 1 hostage from the yamen, so there were only 3 people left. After accepting the mental devastation of being slapped in the face and having to take a photo as a souvenir, those who were still conscious were completely burned out. They probably wouldn't be able to recover for at least half a month. After filming, Courier got Sun Lang's approval. She jumped down from the death messenger and ran to the horses in the general's residence. Her small nose kept sniffing. Then, she seemed to have found something. She found an exquisite brocade box from the backpack of a horse. After opening it, she cheered. Then, this guy took out a sealed porcelain flask from the exquisitely wrapped brocade box. After opening it, he blew at the mouth of the flask and a faint dud of this did not attract the attention of the people in the general's residence. Everyone had a look of whatever, let's just destroy this world. Go and send the message. Sun Lang waved his hand and said indifferently, "Take your companions with you. Just remember one thing, don't do anything unnecessary. I don't care how many people Qi Guanyin brought here, but if you go to the prefectures along the way to ask for reinforcements and find some cats and dogs to lead soldiers to stop me." He showed a gentle expression and patted Yin Zai's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Then I'll have to cut your young master into pieces. Then, I'll break through the army and go to Huqing myself. Without your young master, my speed will be much faster. Anyway, as long as I have a hostage, it doesn't matter if it's Qi Guanyin's brother-in-law or his wife, it'll work." Those knights didn't even dare to say a word. They were all scared out of their wits. Hearing this, they quickly left all the wine and gathered the horses. They put their unconscious companions on the saddles and fastened them with rope. Because 7 people died, there were 7 extra horses, so each person could switch between 2 horses. Then, they hurriedly ran away. Sun Lang looked at their fleeing figures and shook his head. He said, "At first, they were so arrogant and proud. But after a defeat, they showed their true colors. They are more cowardly than anyone else. Qi Guanyin is still too young." He suddenly thought of something and turned to Wang Yin. He said, "Oh right, Yin Zai, could it be that they ran away because they were afraid of being punished and became deserters?" Wang Yin was like a frightened little quail. Hearing this, he shivered and shook his head. "No, no, no. They are all servants of the general's residence. My brother-in-law brought them here from his hometown in the south. Their ancestors have served the general's residence for generations. Their loyalty is top-notch," Sun Lang nodded. "It should be known that the servants of the general's residence were not purely servants who did rough work. These people were more like the personal troops of the general. Whether it was rewards, training, treatment, or food, they were better than ordinary soldiers. This was because compared to the soldiers of the imperial court, these servants were the forces that the general trusted more. They were the armed forces that belonged to the private and family. Usually, they were personally trained by the general, and in battle, they would live and die with their master. In the era of cold weapons, there was a method of warfare that had been used for a long time and was widely used. That was to gather the elites and use them together. The bravest soldiers were responsible for opening up the battlefield, and the rest were all used to fight battles. In the era of cold weapons, what was tested was morale. If they won, it would be like a tsunami, and if they lost, it would be like a landslide. In the West, there were knights who brought their own equipment, attendants, and rations. In the East, there were the personal servants of the generals. These retainers were the strongest and final support of the generals. Naturally, they were highly valued. Usually, they would pay out of their own pockets to provide food and meals. Some would even train them personally. Thus, their loyalty, morale, and training level were all very high. They were even closer to the generals than their own personal soldiers. If this was the case, the possibility of them escaping was very low. However, Sun Lang said lightly, "No wonder you don't have any military honor." Wang Yin had already become a worm. He nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." Sun Lang revealed his snow-white teeth. "Yin Zai, don't be afraid. There's still a long way to go." A look of despair appeared on Wang Yin's face as he sat down on the ground. How embarrassing! Courier walked over with a bottle of wine. She seemed to be very satisfied with the wine in the general's residence. After drinking the wine, Sister Mao's tongue also became big. She glanced at Sun Lang. "But, didn't you want to pull Qi Guanyin into your group? After killing so many people and scaring his brother-in-law, you still expect him to join you?" Sun Lang sneered. "I'm here to pull Qi Guanyin into my group, not to let him be the boss. The choice is in my hands. He has the final say on which path to take. Let's go. I want to see how he will end up." Chapter 446. The horses galloped, the wind blew, and dust flew up. 14 war horses galloped at full speed. The riders swung their whips with all their might. War horses were the best companions of cavalry. Every qualified soldier knew how to protect their war horses and how to cherish their horses. But now they couldn't care less. They whipped their war horses with all their might to make them go faster, faster. They were the servants of the general's residence in Mingzhou, the most loyal of the soldiers. They were loyal to the general, and were full of pride and honor toward their status. They were the general's most loyal troops, and also the general's most elite soldiers. Their morale was high, and their morale was high. They were the general's most trusted force. But now they couldn't be called elite. The 3 armored soldiers who were riding on horseback had panicked expressions on their faces. The most important bone that supported the soldiers had been shattered. From elites to stray dogs, they only needed one big defeat because they weren't true elites after all. They had provoked a terrifying demon and put their young master in a dangerous situation. It could be said that they had caused a disaster. Even if they were the children of the general's residence, they knew the consequences of going back this time. There was no right or wrong, only right and wrong. They had provoked such a terrifying enemy for the general's residence, and that was the biggest mistake of all. No matter what the inside story was, no matter what excuses they had. But no one wanted to run away. It was one thing for their entire family to be in the general's residence, and another for their loyalty. Someone had to go back and report. The 3 soldiers who had woken up swung their whips with all their might, and kept craning their necks to look into the distance. They had never been like this before, longing to see the thick silhouette of Huqing in the mountains. They wanted nothing more than to grow wings and fly back to Huqing to tell the general that a terrifying enemy was coming for him. Suddenly, they heard a loud curse. "What's going on? Let me go." It turned out that a few of their companions who had been tied to the horses had woken up. During the previous massacre, they had been keeping watch in the surroundings. When they noticed the change here, they were knocked unconscious by the giant spirit's hand that reached out from the lake. So, they were lucky enough to escape. At this moment, they still thought that they had fallen into the enemy's hands. They craned their necks and cursed. "If you have the guts, kill me. I am a member of the general's manor. Just wait for the great general to avenge me." The 3 soldiers looked at each other, revealing smiles that were uglier than crying, filled with bitterness and self-mockery. These 4 lucky fellows did not know what had happened at all. They did not know just how terrifying the enemy they had provoked was. To think that they would still be able to curse endlessly here with so much energy. The leading knight called out in a trembling voice, "Qian Chunlai, it's me. Stop scolding me." They stopped their horses and untied their comrades who were tied to the horses. The knight named Qian Chunlai was first knocked unconscious by the splash of water, and then jolted all the way. He was a little dizzy. He looked around and his expression changed. "What's going on? Why are we here? What about the others? Where is young master?" The 3 soldiers who were awake and experienced all the events such as death by 1,000 cuts, instant explosion, hand of the elves in the lake, "You guys lie down first. If you have turtle breath, I'll finish you off," and great success in acting tough, all showed a sad expression and said in a trembling voice, "Except for young master, everyone is dead." Qian Chunlai was shocked and angry. He shouted, "Li Huan! You left young master in danger. Then what can we do? Don't *King talk like it's easy for you." The knight named Li Huan broke down in an instant and roared, "You King fainted early. We saw everything from the beginning to the end." He crushed Ding Li's bones into ashes with just a glance. He didn't even move his fingers and pressed all of us to the ground. Chief Yu was stomped into a meat patty. This Sun Lang is either a monster or a martial arts grandmaster. He doesn't even need to lift a finger to kill us. Qian Chunlai and the other 3 looked at each other. They instinctively wanted to refute, but they remembered the scene before they fainted. A big hand made of flowing water suddenly burst out of the lake and slapped down like thunder. Then they couldn't remember anything. The 4 of them had been on sentry duty and were directly knocked out when they realized something was wrong. They didn't face Sun Lang's horror directly and didn't know the extreme fear that couldn't be resisted. They didn't have a direct understanding of the scene at that time, so they weren't scared out of their wit. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "We really misjudged. Why did he let us go? Why did he detain the small yamen?" Li Huan said bitterly, "He asked us to go back and report and ask the general to come and see him." Qian Chunlai suddenly remembered something. He stared and said, "Wait, wasn't it fine at the beginning? Although Ding Li asked them to make room, didn't young master stop them? That person wasn't angry. Why did he attack and kill so many people?" Li Huan and the others showed regretful expressions and told what happened. Qian Chunlai was stunned and couldn't say anything for a long time. Then he stamped his feet and said, "This is really... It's not a big deal to ask for a maidservant. With young master's identity, a son-in-law of the Zhang residence can't be compared to him. How could it be such a coincidence to encounter such a thing?" Li Huan and the other 2 were worried. Indeed, not to mention a maidservant, even if they snatched a young lady, with the power of the general's residence, it was not a big deal. The family that was snatched would be happy to be related to the general's residence. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence to encounter such a devil? However, when they thought of this, they suddenly remembered what Sun Lang had said to them before. One should leave some leeway when doing things and be a person with a little innocence. Then, a rebellious thought flashed through their minds. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was used to being overbearing and bossing others around, if the young master had taken a fancy to that maid and wanted to snatch her away by force, even if that Sun Lang was the emperor, nothing would have happened. Qian Chunlai saw that Li Huan's expression was strange and frowned. What are you going to do? Of course I'm going to rush to Huqing immediately and report to the general. Li Huan was awakened and answered subconsciously. Then, he said angrily, what? Are you King disloyal? Qian Chunlai said coldly, what will happen after reporting? We have provoked a troublesome enemy for the general's residence. Although the main responsibility is on young master, how can we get away with it because we failed to protect him? Moreover, if it weren't for Ding Li's cheap mouth, Sun Lang wouldn't have killed people and made this matter unmanageable. Li Huan's eyes became as sharp as a knife. The troublemakers are all dead. At most, we just failed to protect him. Moreover, the enemy is tyrannical and we are no match for him. It's not a crime for fighting. The general is fair in rewards and punishment. At most, we will be beaten with a military rod. Moreover, we have been greatly indebted to the general. Now that we have encountered such a situation, the general must be prepared in advance. Even if the general beheads me in anger, it's no big deal. Qian Chunlai sneered. Fair in rewards and punishments? Yes, the general is fair in rewards and punishments, but don't forget whose younger brother is young master. The general is fair in rewards and punishments, but is Madame fair in rewards and punishments as well? We trapped her precious younger brother in the hands of the devil. How can this woman let it go and let us go? Li Huan thought of the swift and decisive madam who took care of everything in the residence. He couldn't help but shiver and fear appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, what are you going to do? If we run away, not only will the general's residence be defenseless, but our family will also be implicated. After all, that man said that if he doesn't see the general before he arrives at Huqing, he will kill his way to the general's residence from the city gate. Run away? Of course we won't run away. We're just trying to survive in death. Qian Chunlai said coldly. This time, we won't get any benefits, but it doesn't mean that we can only wait for death. The only thing we can do now is to atone for our crimes. Li Huan thought of the devil's terrifying skills and shivered again. How can we atone for our crimes? We are no match for him at all. Besides, he also said that if we run to the state capitals along the way to ask for reinforcements, he will immediately kill young master and then kill his way to Huqing. Qian Chunlai said gloomily, who said that? Didn't he take young master as a hostage? We will also take hostages. Didn't he say that he is the son-in-law of the Zhang residence in Mingzhou? Li Huan suddenly realized and said in horror, you want to? Qian Chunlai nodded heavily, yes. You're crazy. Li Huan said loudly, Ding Li was just joking before and he was cut into meat paste. If you dare to touch his wife, the entire general's residence will be killed. Qian Chunlai's eyes were gloomy. What? You still think this matter can be resolved peacefully? Of course. Li Huan hesitated. Although his martial arts are strong, the general is also a martial arts grandmaster and a governor of the border. He has the Mingzhou army in his hands and can be said to be in a high position. Both of them are high and mighty immortals. Once there is a conflict, both sides are bound to suffer, Qian Chunlai sneered. So, we offended him, so he detained young master and told us to go back and inform General Qi to come to pick him up and apologize. This is the way people in the martial arts world solve problems. It won't hurt the harmony and still save face? Li Huan blinked and said, of course. Do they have to fight to the death? Naive. Qian Chunlai said in Senran, if the general was only a martial arts grandmaster and not a general of the imperial court, this matter would indeed be resolved like this. If Sun Lang didn't kill anyone, this matter might still be resolved like this. But the problem is, he killed. He killed 7 people in one go, including Chief Ding. He looked at Li Huan and gritted his teeth. This is no longer a grudge in the martial arts world, nor is it a matter between two martial arts grandmasters. This is a chivalrous man breaking the law with his martial arts. It's a martial artist killing the imperial court's soldiers. It's this Sun Lang who is slapping the general's face. He killed the imperial court's soldiers and generals. If the general still apologizes, he will definitely become a laughingstock in the imperial court. It will also make the 6 soldiers of Mingzhou waver. Where will the imperial court's dignity be then? Thus, he came to a conclusion and said decisively, different professions make one feel different. This Sun Lang is only a martial arts grandmaster. He's not a soldier and doesn't understand the ways of the officialdom. If he doesn't give the general face, then there's no play. Even if the general feigns civility with him on the surface, he will definitely do his best to strangle this person to protect the face of the Zhenzhou general and the dignity of the imperial court's army. So we must fight. Li Huan's heart was in a mess and he didn't know how to refute. Perhaps Qian Chunlai was right. He stammered. This, Sinran Qian Chunlai said, since we're going to fight, then whether it's a big fight or a small one, we must have a bigger advantage. Since he used young master as a hostage, we must also take drastic measures and raid his nest. Li Huan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. There are only a few of us. The general's residence can indeed look down on the Zhang family, but that's because the general is the general of Mingzhou. He's in charge of the army and the people. The Zhang family is naturally nothing, but to us they're a huge monster. How can we raid their nest? Qian Chunlai snorted. There's no need for us to go together. You guys continue to report to Hongqing. The few of us will go to Mingzhou. As for how to deal with the Zhang family, the provincial governor of Mingzhou is a good person. He's also the general's follower. He treats people and is very friendly. When I was the general's bodyguard, I met this provincial governor. He recognized me and was very polite to me. This is a good opportunity for him to curry favor with the general. Li Huan seemed to understand something. You're thinking of. That's right. We'll use the provincial governor's power to sow discord and coax him into taking down the Zhang family. Qian Chunlai said sinisterly. We'll push him onto the general's chariot while we're at it. This way, the civil and military officials of Mingzhou will work together and use all the power of the province to arrest this person. There's no need to worry about not being able to deal with a martial artist. When the general and madam know about this, they'll praise me for being decisive. I don't believe that a martial artist, no matter how good his martial arts are, can defy the heavens? Li Huan looked at the confident Qian Chunlai and felt vaguely uneasy. He wanted to dissuade the other party, but he didn't know where to start. However, Qian Chunlai had already made up his mind. He looked around and said, "They're behind us. So I'll choose another path to turn back and rush to Mingzhou. You go to Hongqing quickly and tell the general and madam the cause and effect of this matter in detail." He thought for a moment and added, "Remember, since we're going to fight in the end, there's no need to tell the truth." Li Huan opened his mouth, but Qian Chunlai ignored him. Qian Chunlai called out to his other companions, and the 4 of them rushed forward on fast horses. They planned to avoid Sun Lang and turn back to Mingzhou along another path. Li Huan watched his companions leave and thought of Sun Lang's horrifying means, and great uneasiness surged in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and stomped his feet. Let's go. Anyway, he had to complete his mission, which was to report this matter to the general. At the same time, the 2 defected soldiers who were kidnapped in the small government office set off slowly after eating and drinking to their heart's content. In this way, Wang Yin could be proud of himself, because the 2 people who kidnapped him were the highest-ranking soldiers of the Hudu Empire and the divine power of flames. Moreover, these 2 guys were both traitors who had betrayed their motherland. After they defected, The first thing they did together was to kidnap the relative of another general in the small government office. It was so cool when he thought about it. It was like the deputy commander and Belial who had successfully escaped. Okay, let's not talk about it. However, the small government office didn't seem to realize that he had unintentionally created such an honor that could be recorded in the history book. At this moment, he was dispirited and frightened like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was afraid that Sun Lang would casually say, "Oh, it's still too troublesome," and then crush him into meat paste with one finger. Neither Sun Lang nor Courier cared about the psychological state of the prisoners of war. The two of them were chatting casually. Courier sat on the horse and drank wine. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, he let out a carefree sound and said, "Then what are you going to do? Use this method to lure Qi Guanyin out for a talk?" Sun Lang laughed. "Talk my ass. I killed so many of his henchmen. As the big brother, if he doesn't stand up and kill me to vent the anger of his henchmen, how can his henchmen be convinced? If he cowers, does he still want to be a ladyboy? So, he'll definitely fight." Courier hiccuped. "Then, aren't you going to subdue him? How can you subdue him in such a state? To subdue a pet fairy, you have to beat him half to death first. In the end, a soldier still has to rely on his fist." Sun Lang's eyes became gloomy. "What do you think subduing is? You just need to shake your body and release your domineering aura, and he'll bow his head? After all, he's a general of a province and one of the top military officials in the world. If you want to subdue him, you'll have to use many methods. Moreover, the general's mansion of Mingzhou doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought." Courier said indifferently, "Be careful of their sneak attack on Mingzhou City." Sun Lang laughed. "Right now, Mingzhou is in a state of panic. If you want to make a move in the city, you'll need the cooperation of the provincial governor of Mingzhou. I hope the head of the civil officials of Mingzhou won't give me the chance." Courier looked at him with a strange expression. Suddenly, he asked softly, "Is that why you killed those people? You want to lure Qi Guanyin to bring his troops here?" Sun Lang turned his head and asked, "Why do you ask?" Courier said softly, "You must have killed them because they were talking about that woman, right? You wouldn't have used such a drastic method in your original plan, would you?" Sun Lang laughed. "So what? As long as I'm happy. I'm sure she'll be very happy when she learns about this." Courier said gloomily, "When those people coveted me, you just teased them and lured them into a trap, but when they mentioned that woman, you crushed them into minced meat without saying a word. I'm not happy about that." Sun Lang spread his hands and said, "How long have I known you? How can you compare to her?" "That's true, but it's only for now," Courier said solemnly. "Although she started it, I'll definitely make a comeback." Sun Lang made a gesture of "do whatever you want." Creel sighed and said, "If one day such a thing happens again, and these people just look at me a few more times, you'll kill them without saying a word. If that's the case, how good would that be? If it's that woman who's with you right now, I'm afraid those people will all die if they offend you with their words." Sun Lang laughed. "That won't happen." Courier asked curiously, "Oh? Why?" Sun Lang chuckled. "Because she won't let me kill anyone." "So you won't kill them?" Courier said casually. "You don't care about such an offense." "Of course not. Besides, I know what she'll do." Sun Lang revealed a gentle smile and said slowly, "She'll definitely pour canned herring into every hole in those people's bodies with me." Chapter 447. The governor of Ming Province was named Lu Shoyan. As a scholar, he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He was the governor of a province and a high official of a border. In the Hodu Empire, where the military was noble and the civil was lowly, he was able to give up his position, marry 3 concubines, and take a sedan chair with 8 sedan chairs whenever he went out. Obviously, he was very rich. Everyone in the bureaucracy had to call him Lu Mingzhou when they talked about him. He used to be very satisfied with his current situation. After all, the support in the imperial court was limited. His official career would probably stop at the governor of Ming province. However, this was already something that most civil officials in the empire could not hope to achieve. However, there was nothing bad about this. After all, he was the parent official of a state and was in charge of all the county affairs. There were only 9 civil officials in the world who held such power. The beauty of power was that it would always bring with it all kinds of intoxicating gifts that you could not refuse and would make you sink into it. The more beautiful thing was that as an official, there were some things that one did not need to take risks to get. There were plenty of smart people in the world who knew what to do. Therefore, although he was clean, his family had all been successful in business. Therefore, although he lived in a humble house, his family had thousands of acres of fertile land and richly ornamented buildings. Therefore, although the salary was meager, there were people who were willing to spend a lot of money just to ask for your calligraphy. Being an official was one of the best jobs in the world. The knowledge required to be an official was also one of the best in the world. Lu Shouyan believed that he had mastered this knowledge well and that his position as an official was very stable. Lu Shouyan was content with the status quo and did not have too much ambition. He was a smart person and had seen through that, at least for now, the current situation in the imperial court where the civil officials were lowly and the military nobles was difficult to change. According to the emperor's plan, once the war ended, he would have to gather power, support civil officials, and suppress military generals. However, this had to be done slowly to avoid backlash. At the very least, there was not much possibility of changing this situation before he retired. So, let him be. Although he was the provincial governor and had to be suppressed by the provincial military commander, there was no difference between the governor of Mingzhou and the general of Mingzhou to the landowning households, commoners, and merchants. Moreover, the general of Mingzhou, Qi Guanyan, was also a man who paid attention to details. People like Qi Guanyan were more popular among the civil officials because he was cultured and refined, educated, reasonable, resourceful, slick, and easy to talk to. He liked to follow the rules and solve problems in an elegant way, unlike some boorish people who would punch people if they didn't agree with a word. Lu Shouyan felt that his cooperation with Qi Guanyan was very pleasant. The two of them were like the gentlemen of ancient times. They had a tacit understanding about certain things and did not interfere with each other. They were very harmonious and gave each other good gifts during festivals. They also maintained a good personal relationship. It could be said that they were a model for civil and military officials to get along. Of course, that was in the past. But now the prefecture overseer felt like cursing out loud. When the dark armor entered Mingzhou, the thunder bow's string shone brightly. That night, the provincial governor woke up from his dream. When he heard the report from his subordinates, he was so scared that he almost pissed his pants and ran out of Mingzhou. Motherf Ker, Hu Shouxin was at war with the Tensei province. As the head of the civil official system in Mingzhou and the chief executive of Mingzhou City, he did not know why the Tensei province's dark armor army was able to charge into Mingzhou at night, nor did he know why Hu Shouxin was at war with the dark armor army. However, these were not important. The most important thing was that Hu Shouxin was at war with the Tensei province. After this matter was confirmed, the prefecture overseer's legs were cramping. Overnight, he became the most humiliating of the 9 prefecture overseers in the world, Motherf Ker. Why did it have to be me? Hu Shouxin represented the northern faction, which was the most powerful, the most popular, and the most cohesive faction in the Tianyuan faction of the empire. Needless to say, the Heavenly Policy Palace's master was the most popular candidate for the crown prince. The clash between the two factions meant a full-scale collision between the two factions of the empire's military officials. It might even turn into King fierce struggle for the crown prince. When the time came, the center of the whirlpool would undoubtedly be Ming province. Lu Longtu had been peacefully meditating in Mingzhou's capital when he suddenly encountered such a situation. Other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could say. The former general of the imperial court had mobilized the imperial army and caused a huge commotion. As a civil official who was deeply trusted by the emperor, it was reasonable for Lord Lu to immediately summon Hu Shouxin. After inquiring after the retired veteran who had made great contributions to the country and mankind, Lord Lu should amiably ask him something like, "General Hu, did you shoot something that night?" But he did not dare to do so. Getting involved in the conflict between the northern faction and the Tensei province was the most irrational thing to do. Moreover, as a high-ranking official of the border, he had no need to take the initiative to take sides. If he went to find Hu Shouxin, it would be tantamount to making things clear. Then, Hu Shouxin would definitely ask, "Lord, to put it simply, the Tensei province attacked me. I'm going to gather my brothers and attack them back. Which side are you on?" This choice was even worse than not letting him go to the concert, because if he chose to help Hu Shouxin, it would mean that he would inexplicably have to confront the Tensei province head-on. If he chose to help the Tensei province or not to help either side, Hu Shouxin might immediately change his attitude and shoot him in the face. On the other hand, the imperial court was so quiet that it scared him. A few days had passed. No matter how slow the rumor was, it would have spread to the capital. He gritted his teeth and handed over a rather euphemistic memorial. However, the imperial court, which had always acted swiftly and decisively, showed a jaw-dropping inefficiency in this matter. It seemed that everyone had turned a blind eye to this matter. A hero of the Tianyuan Empire had fought with the Black Armored Army and killed many people. The soldiers of the imperial court were injured and the elites of the world were destroyed. Even the death and disappearance of 2 imperial envoys did not seem to attract the slightest bit of attention from the emperor and the officials of the imperial court. Then, Lu Shouyin panicked even more. He faintly realized that for no reason, he seemed to have been inexplicably involved in something even more terrible than the war between the northern faction and the Tensei province. The imperial court did not reply. What could he do? He was also in despair. In this helpless situation, the highest military official of Mingzhou became the last life-saving straw. The great General Qi Guanyin, who was in charge of the military affairs of Mingzhou, was highly skilled in martial arts and was skilled in the art of war. There were countless elite soldiers and generals under his command. His reputation was extremely high. He was obviously the best candidate to take over the task. Therefore, His Excellency sent out invitations like snowflake. The messengers of the provincial governor's office left Mingzhou one after another. They carried His Excellency's earnest instructions and went to Hongqing to find General Qi Guanyin, asking him to lead the troops and take charge of the overall situation. However, General Qi was not an idiot. He had personally sent Hu Shouxin to the plain. How could he obediently take over the task? His Excellency, who had been eagerly waiting for an entire day, finally received a dejected messenger. The general's office said that General Qi had taken his elite soldiers to the north for training a few days ago. For the time being, they could not contact him. Lord Lu thought that Qi Guanyin wanted to stay out of the matter and observe the situation. He could not help but stomp his feet and curse. However, after cursing, he could only write a letter to persuade General Qi. He hoped that General Qi would understand that the two of them were bound together for good or ill and would quickly come back to help. Just as he was waiting for the stars and the moon, someone suddenly reported that people from the general's office had arrived. At this time, Lord Lu was at his wits' end in the study. When he heard the servant's report, he jumped 3 feet high in joy and shouted, "Where are they? Quickly invite them over." No, 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 I'll go see them myself. The people who had come were naturally Qian Chunlai and the others. After parting with Li Huan, they took another route and rushed to Mingzhou. They wanted to borrow the power of the provincial government there to detain the Zhang family. The place where the incident happened was not too far away from Mingzhou. Without wasting their horses, they could arrive very quickly. However, although they said that they were not afraid, they were actually very afraid of Sun Lang. They were afraid of being intercepted, so they took a big detour and disguised themselves. After spending a lot of effort, they finally entered the city when the sky was dark. After a short discussion, they went straight to the provincial governor's office. Previously, their palms were still sweating. After all, His Excellency was the prefecture overseer of a province, a high-ranking official on the same level as the general. They did not know if he would listen to them. However, when they arrived at the door and reported their identities, they were immediately let in. Moreover, they were directly invited into the living room and received by the steward of the provincial governor's office. They were served with good tea and snacks and asked about their well-being. There were also beautiful maids waiting on them. They were simply distinguished guests. Apart from feeling flattered, the Qiu 8 could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, the personal guards of the general could do whatever they wanted in the provincial governor's office. Soon after, they were pleasantly surprised. They saw the provincial governor hurrying into the living room with a smile on his face as he said, "Excuse me for not welcoming you." As the prefecture overseer, he held Qian Chunlai's hand and called him brother. This great honor and courtesy made Qian Chunlai feel like he was flying in the sky. After all, it was true that the general could look down on the prefecture overseer, but it did not mean that a mere soldier could do the same. No matter how lowly the civil and military officials were in the empire, the prefecture overseer was still the highest official of a province. However, the prefecture overseer was holding Qian Chunlai's hand and calling him brother. What did this mean? Qian Chunlai's blood was boiling. Then, he saw the provincial governor concealing his excitement and pretending to be calm as he asked, "General Qi, how far are you from Mingzhou? How many troops did you bring with you?" Qian Chunlai blinked. He was stunned. What? Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw Qian Chunlai's stunned expression. The prefecture overseer immediately had a bad feeling about this. What are you doing here? Qian Chunlai seemed to have realized the problem. However, this ruffian soldier was a straightforward person. He had already done such a bold thing, and there was no harm in doing it again. He did not even blink as he said loudly, "The Grand General requests the prefecture overseer to mobilize the troops and surround the Zhang mansion to capture the family members of the thief." Meanwhile, in Flood City on the mountain to the north of Mingzhou. This was the second most important city in Mingzhou. It was connected to the north and south of Mingzhou City. They were like two nails in the empire's northern border. Even if the Sky Demon's attacks were fierce and the war was on the verge of collapse, as long as these two cities were not lost, Mingzhou would be firmly nailed in the empire's territory. There would not be any turmoil. This place was close to the bitterly cold lands in the north. The commerce here was not developed, and the people were not rich. In a poor place, people usually did not care about their lives. For something that ordinary people thought was insignificant, they would fight with their fists and feet, and even spill blood within 5 steps. The bitter cold represented tenacity, and also ferocity. Just like wild beasts, this kind of place was the most troublesome for civil officials. If they were transferred here to be an official, they must have offended their superiors or had bad relationships with others. However, the generals loved this kind of place because tenacity, ferocity, and poverty were synonyms for high-quality soldiers. Just like iron ore with high iron content, if carefully smelted and polished, it would become an invincible and peerless godly weapon. That was why Qi Guanyan's general's mansion was built here. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The pedestrian shrunk his neck and faced the cold wind that never changed in the 4 seasons in the north. He cursed in a low voice, rubbed his hands, and hurried home. At least there was a warm Kong bed and a cook waiting for him to return home. Perhaps his home was not big, or perhaps his house was not beautiful, or perhaps his life was not rich. However, for ordinary people in this era, this kind of ordinary life was already the best life. The pedestrian blew a breath of hot air into his hands and subconsciously looked up. His eyes were filled with envy and awe. Huqing was a mountain city. It was built along the mountain. At the highest place lived the most powerful people. The majestic and magnificent general's mansion stretched as far as the eye could see. It was already late at night, and the mansion was brightly lit. It stood on top of the mountain city, looking down on all living things with extreme majesty and glory. What a majestic mansion, what magnificent wealth! This one person's mansion was like a heavenly court that no one in the world could ever hope to reach in their lifetime. To the people of Huqing, this general's mansion was like a heavenly palace. It was like a small kingdom with thousands of people. Everyone had their own roles, their own joys and sorrows, the management of personnel, the management of business, the delivery of gifts, and the various expenses. There was one person who took care of everything in an orderly manner. She was the general's virtuous wife, the mistress of the general's mansion. She was the sky above all the servants and was in charge of life and death. Now, what no one knew was that the mistress of the general's mansion, who was widely respected and respected, was no longer as graceful as she usually was. Instead, she was like a hysterical shrew. In the study, an expensive vase was smashed by her fist. She was like a lion from Hudong, and her angry roar almost lifted the roof tiles. Qi Guanyin, you didn't want to care about the Lihua nation. You didn't want to care about Hu Shouxin. Now that your brother-in-law is in trouble, you don't care either. How long do you want to be a coward? The general of Mingzhou put down the military book in his hand. He had a short beard, starry eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. At the age of 30, he was already a famous general in the world and was in high spirit. However, there was tiredness between his brows. He said softly, "Madam, I want to resign and return home." Chapter 448. The Grand General requests Sir to quickly dispatch troops to surround the Zhang estate and capture the family members of the thieves. Qian Chunlai cupped his hands and bowed. His voice was powerful, but his heart was thumping wildly. Passing false military orders was a big taboo in the army. With the Grand General's strict management of the army, even if he was a personal guard of the Grand General's estate, he would still be beheaded mercilessly. But he couldn't care less. Lu Shouyan was stunned at first, then his expression changed to one of shock. He lowered his voice. "Attack the Zhang estate first? What do you mean by attack first? What do you mean by attack later?" Qian Chunlai faintly realized that the two of them seemed to be talking about different things. But the key to attack first, and so on, was still the word attack. In other words, whether it was him or Sir, they both wanted to attack the Zhang estate. Wasn't that enough? Qian Chunlai's heart relaxed. Although he still felt uneasy, the current situation didn't give him time to think carefully. He could only take one step at a time. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, attack the Zhang estate first, then conspire to avoid alerting the enemy." Lu Shouyan sucked in a cold breath. This Qi Guanyin was so quiet, but his appetite was so big and his thoughts were so vicious. The masterminds of this matter were none other than Hu Shouxin and Marquis Jing'an's estate. As for why the two of them would have a conflict with Tensei Province, based on his information channels and intelligence, he could more or less guess the reason. It was nothing more than Marquis Jing'an's estate submitting to Tensei Province earlier and being forced to do some shady things. Then, Hu Shouxin interfered. Tensei Province's weakness was grasped and they were bewildered. They thought that Hu Shoshin and the northern faction were preparing to attack them, so they wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. They would first kill both of them and then act first and report later. It was very good. No one expected that Hu Shoshin would be so fierce that he could eliminate the several hundred black armored troops and all the carefully arranged killing moves of Tensei Province by himself. He directly disrupted all the follow-up operations of Tensei Province. It must be known that the black armored troops weren't ordinary soldiers. It seemed that Hu Shoshin's ranking on the Tianyuan Fierce Generals list was too low. This guy really knew how to hide his strength. Therefore, this huge mistake caused a series of follow-up arrangements in Tensei Province to go bankrupt and push the situation to the most awkward point. After thinking and analyzing for the past few days, Lu Zhou had deduced the cause and effect of this matter. He knew that this was a fight between the northern faction and Tensei Province. Now that the matter of the Crown Prince was still undecided, Empress Tensei was not the strongest contender. As a neutral person, it was still far from the time for him to pick a side. Therefore, the best choice was to continue pretending to be enjoying the scenery and coax Qi Guanyin to take over. Now, Qi Guanyin finally decided to take over, but his intention was to make a move on the Zhang family first. Mother F***Ker, she's really ruthless. Lu Shoyan stroked his beard and nodded inwardly. Using the heart of a province's magistrate to measure the heart of a great general, as expected of the outstanding person who could be ranked as the top civil official. He immediately guessed Qi Guanyin's intention. On the night when the black armored troops entered Ming Province, there were witnesses who didn't want to be identified who claimed that the daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Yinluo, was wearing Li fire armor in the middle of the night and went on a rampage with a nun riding an iron horse. First, she attacked an official of the imperial court. Then, she exchanged fire with a group of black armored troops at Flat Flower Lane. Clearly, she was involved in the incident that night. But this matter could still be big or small. After all, the focus of the conflict between the northern faction and Tensei Province was Hu Shoshin and Marquis Jing'an's household. The Zhang family of Ming Province didn't openly bring their henchmen to attack the black armored troop. Even if they wanted to make a fuss about this matter and investigate who was responsible, regardless of the fact that Zhang Yinluo fought against the black armored troops in order to save Hu Shoshin's family, Hu Shoshin and the northern faction would definitely lend a hand. First of all, the Zhang family wasn't made of mud. Even if the matter was blown out of proportion, the Zhang family could just grit their teeth and use some silver to bribe everyone. Then, they would announce that Zhang Yinluo was expelled from the family and thrown to the Li Fire Nation. Then, even if the Tensei Province wanted to make things difficult for them, they most likely wouldn't be able to do anything to the Zhang family. Moreover, the northern faction would protect them. In other words, the Zhang family was sitting firmly on the fishing platform. The premise was that everyone was acting according to the rules. But now, Qi Guanyin's attitude clearly didn't intend to act according to the rules. It seemed like he wanted to make the first move and gain the upper hand. He wanted to act first and report later, taking down the Zhang family with lightning speed. Putting everything else aside, the Zhang family's filial piety is increasing year by year. He's still willing to act. However, why is Qi Guanyin acting against the Zhang family? Lu Zhou thought about it with the experience and strategy of a scholar. Then, he came to a conclusion. First, Qi Guanyin wanted to blow this matter up. Since he had chosen to side with the Tensei Province, he wouldn't show any mercy to the northern faction. In that case, he should seize the opportunity to blow this matter up and stab the northern faction in the back. He should make this a beautiful pledge of allegiance so that he could win the Empress's approval and favor. Second, the Zhang family had been doing business with the Russians all these years. They were filthy rich. Who knew how much money they could get from raiding the Zhang family? Not only could the money be used to subsidize the family, but it could also be used to bribe the higher-up. After all, if Lu Zhou wanted to blow this matter up, he would need someone in the imperial court to speak up for him. Naturally, he would need Brother Kong Fong to pave the way for him. Brilliant, very brilliant. Moreover, he's King Vicious. When Lu Zhou figured out the key point, he subconsciously pulled hard and broke a strand of his beard. When he figured it out, he felt a chill in his heart. Although Qi Guanyin is a master of the art of war, he's a straightforward person. The art of war isn't treacherous, and he's not a person who doesn't pay attention to details. I'm afraid he's not the one who came up with this vicious plan. With that thought in mind, the figure of a woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Qi Guanyin's wife, Madame Wang, was a legendary wife who was famous in Ming Province's officialdom. She was the first lady of the general's mansion and the chief steward of the general's mansion. She was smart, capable, and skillful. She was a good wife that all officialdom dreamed of. Everyone said that if it weren't for Madame Wang, Qi Guanyin might be able to awe the world, but he would never be able to become the province's supreme general. Lu Zhou agreed with them. The Great War of Tianyuan lasted for decades. Heroes rose one after another. It was said that a hero's background was not important, but only half of it was true. There were more than 1 million martial artists in the world, but there were only a dozen positions that symbolized the highest core of the empire. Millions of people fought for a dozen positions. That was a joke. Therefore, those heroes who did not care about their backgrounds usually reached the end of their career when they became guerrilla generals. If they wanted to be promoted further, they would either meet a rare general who had a discerning eye and was unconventional, or they would have to use all kinds of methods to make the general become a rare general who had a discerning eye and was unconventional. This required extraordinary means, keen eyes, a smooth and slick heart, and an endless supply of money. Moreover, the higher one's rank was, the higher the requirements for these qualities. Qi Guanyin's ability to fight was sufficient, but the qualities and tolerance of an official were not enough to support him to become the province's supreme general. Fortunately, his wife had these qualities. It could be said that Lu Mingzhou had seen with his own eyes how Qi Guanyin had opened up the situation and gained a firm foothold after he was transferred to Ming Province. He treated people with generosity, he was a smooth and slick person, and he maintained a good relationship with civil and military officials as well as the aristocratic families. His every move had the shadow of the Wang family behind it. It was said that the general did not care about any of the affairs of the general's estate. From the small matters of recruitment of servants to the large matters of money and grain, the purchase of gifts, and the delivery of gifts, it was all handled by the Wang family. Now that the properties of the general's estate were growing larger and larger, there were more and more land deeds and shops under their name. Their relationship with all levels of officials in the province was becoming more and more harmonious, and their reputation was becoming better and better. All of this was inseparable from Madame Wang's ability to manage and make money. As the governor of Ming Province, Lu Shouyan had heard a little about all of this. After all, at his level, he was very well informed. Now it seemed that the Wang family's influence on Qi Guanyin was far more than that. While he was deep in thought, Qian Chunlai was somewhat impatient. He asked softly, "Master?" Lu Shouyan came back to his senses. "Huh!" Qian Chunlai controlled his impatience and whispered, "Do you think it's time to mobilize the troops?" "Whatever. Even if the sky falls, Qi Guanyin will hold it up. Even if the northern faction wants to settle the score, I'll just pretend that I don't know anything. They won't dare to make things too difficult for me and completely push me to the Tensei province." He thought for a moment and said righteously, "Our dynasty was established by our ancestors and His Majesty's order. The governor of the province is in charge of the people, and the general is in charge of the army. Now that this matter involves the military and the country, it's natural for the general to make a decision on the spot. I'll certainly cooperate. I'll send out an invitation to the warden's office and the 6 fan school to assemble. Qian Chunlai was overjoyed. He did not expect the governor to be so easy to appease. The general's title was indeed useful. Before he could feel happy, he suddenly saw the governor stretch out his hand. Qian Chunlai was stunned. What? Lu Shoyan said matter-of-factly, the general's order to mobilize the troops. Qian Chunlai's mind buzzed and he was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that even if a soldier was quick-witted, there was a limit to his resourcefulness. He finally realized the source of his uneasiness. At first, he did not want to falsify the general's order. He thought that as long as he told the whole story, the governor would immediately cooperate with him, given the governor's temperament and the political structure of the dynasty. However, he did not expect that something big seemed to have happened in Ming province, and that the governor was eagerly waiting for the general's arrival. Therefore, he became hot-headed and decided to falsify the general's order without saying a word. But, damn it, why does he need an order to mobilize the troops? I don't have one. He showed an embarrassed expression and used his last bit of quick-wittedness to say in a low voice, "This is a secret order. In order to prevent the secret from being leaked, the general only sent us here. If your excellency wants a token, we'll give it to you later." Lu Shoyan's expression changed at once. If he had not been to the general's office several times and knew that Qian Chunlai was Qi Guanyan's bodyguard, he would have thought that he was a liar. Because of this, and because he had been eagerly waiting for news of Qi Guanyan, he did not suspect anything. But damn it, no token? Are you King kidding me? Do you think I'm an idiot? CKU. Without a token, I was the one who ordered the Zhang mansion to be surrounded and searched. You want me to give it to you later? Give it to your uncle? Do you think I'm still a hothead squatting in the Ministry of Personnel waiting to be released? I've been sick of your cunning tricks for 20 years. He immediately realized that this was a huge trap. If he, Lord Lu, foolishly sent troops to besiege the Zhang mansion, and something happened, then he would have to take the blame himself. What? Qi Guanyan asked you to do it? Where's his token for mobilizing troops? Bastard! How dare you coax me into doing it? He almost instantly understood the general's office's intention. No wonder they wanted to start with the Zhang mansion. The Zhang mansion was just a minor character on the periphery. It was the best way to test the reaction of Hu Shouxin and the North. If the Zhang mansion was attacked by the North, then it would be very difficult to deal with. If the other party did not care about the Zhang mansion's fate, it meant that they had a guilty conscience and could continue to push forward. Good. You, Qi Guanyan, are a master of the art of war. You're so good at strategizing, but you dare to ask me to be the stone to test the road. CK your 8 generations of ancestors. You're a King General. I'm a King Civil Official. You dare to play this kind of dirty trick with me? How do you think I became the prefecture magistrate? I'll kill you. He was stunned when he was forced to be involved in the chaotic whirlpool of war between the North and Tensei province. He was stood up by Qi Guanyan for several days and had to live in fear every day. There was also the humiliation of being looked down on in public. All of this ignited the barrel of gunpowder in Lu Shoyan's heart. He sneered a few times and anger rose from his heart. Damn it, Qi Guanyan, I'm not a pushover either. Suddenly he roared, "Come on! Take down these madmen who are faking General Qi's orders." Due to various reasons, the defense system of the provincial governor's office had been strengthened by 3 times in the past few days. Immediately, several powerful guards appeared outside the door. They pulled out the sabers in their hands and shouted, "Surrender!" The 3 knights who came with Qian Chunlai were shocked and showed a frightened expression. After all, they were just ordinary soldiers and had a natural fear of the government. Even if they had the support of the great general, they did not dare to openly rebel against the government. Moreover, the one in front of them was the prefecture magistrate, who was theoretically on the same level as the great general. However, Qian Chunlai was a decisive person. He immediately pressed down on the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Prefecture magistrate, what do you mean? I'm a personal guard of the general's office, and have seen you several times." Lu Shoyan scolded, "Impudent! You dirty scoundrel, you're about to die and you still dare to claim kinship with me. Damn thief, when have I seen you before? Hurry up and surrender and confess your crimes. Otherwise, under Sanmu, I'll tear your flesh open and burn your bones until you can't even beg for death." Qian Chunlai's expression changed, and a look of determination appeared on his face. He pulled out his sword from his waist. Because the entire Ming province's officialdom was looking forward to the arrival of the great general's heavenly army, when they came in, no one asked them to take down their weapons. He then shouted, "You muddle-headed official, so muddle-headed. If you ruin the great general's plan, he'll naturally come and reason with you afterwards." Lu Shoyan's eyes turned cold. "How can I let you go?" He was about to order the guards to hurry up and chase after this scoundrel when there was a flash of sword light. Instead of retreating, Qian Chunlai actually charged at him with his sword raised. No one expected this guy to be so deranged. The guards were all at the door and Qian Chunlai was only a short distance away from the prefecture magistrate. No matter what they did, they could not stop him. Looking at the prefecture magistrate's face, Qian Chunlai revealed a cruel and proud smile. A great man must be ruthless and decisive. There were definitely crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the provincial governor's office. It would be extremely difficult to break out of the encirclement. The only plan now was to take this official hostage and force him to surround the Zhang estate. Only by tying him to the great general's office's war chariot would they be able to survive. Other than this, there was no other way. Even if they could escape back to the great general's office, it was not safe. At this moment, that faint feeling of unease appeared in his heart again. He seemed to have overlooked something. But this time, he quickly realized where the problem was. Why was there no panic on this muddle-headed official's face? He quickly found the answer. He heard the wind. In an instant, he felt as if his right hand holding the sword was clamped by an iron clamp. His meridian was suddenly locked and his right wrist went numb. The long sword fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, he looked up in confusion. The cultured and refined prefecture magistrate, dressed in a scarlet official's robe, raised his right fist and used the 5-ding mountain splitting technique to punch his chest. There was a loud bang. One move to subdue the enemy. Qian Chunlai felt as if he had flown into the clouds. In a daze, the sounds around him instantly faded into the distance. It was like he was in a dream, unable to hear clearly. He heard the sound of weapons falling to the ground, the sound of someone kowtowing and begging for mercy, and also the angry rebuke of this ordinary-looking, supposedly soft-hearted prefecture magistrate who treated the great general courteously. "You still want to attack this official? Although this old man is a civil official, I've spent 10 years in the imperial censorate. Of all the civil and military officials in the imperial capital, more than half have fought with this old man in the past. Above the 3rd rank, 8 out of 10 have fought with this old man before. Even so, I was still able to sit on the position of Ming Province's magistrate, yet you still dare to come and seek death. This heartless man, plucking the fur from the tiger's mouth, you're truly tired of living." Chapter 449. It had to be said that the alien invasion over the past few decades had changed too many things. In order to prevent the country from being wiped out, the entire race fought hard, resulting in the prevalence of martial arts. After decades of subtle influence, bloodthirsty and violent factors had been immersed in every cell of the empire. In order to prevent the civil forces from taking advantage of the situation, the empire first formulated strict laws to prohibit the citizens from fighting among themselves and accumulating armed forces. Then, it introduced the military examination, which pointed out a bright path for the citizens to fight with the royal family. In addition, the emperor's weapon, which was a weapon of mass destruction in the hands of the imperial court, was too much of a bug. It actually maintained the authority and power of the central government in such a situation. But there was also a problem. That was, since ancient times, the law had always been a tool in the hands of the ruling class. Therefore, the law was used to control the civilians. The old masters of the ruling class usually couldn't control them. For example, those aristocratic families with ancient heritages, or those large sects with rich industries and many disciples. Another example was those civil and military officials who wore official robes and had a threatening aura. The first two would occasionally beat them up to let them know who was the boss. However, if the third party started a fight, the emperor wouldn't care at all. Instead, he would be happy to see it happen. Go ahead and fight. It'll be good if their brains spill out. One dead person is one less person. Beat them to death, beat them until they have a blood feud. You have to be hostile to each other, or you have to fight to the death. The more you fight, the better Jean will sleep. After all, it was difficult to be the emperor. The invasion of the sky demon forced the emperors of the past to give more power to the military officials. As a result, the civil officials couldn't compete with it at all. Since they couldn't compete with it from the outside, they had to divide the enemy from the inside. Therefore, the military officials of the empire had a lot of internal factions, and the royal family added fuel to the fire. Therefore, the situation of the civil officials being lowly and the military officials being high, and the emperor's intentional indulgence, led to one thing. The civil officials of the empire had a hard time. Originally, being an official was a delicate job. It tested one's eyesight, mind, face, and eloquence. The so-called true ability and knowledge were all behind. Originally, the civil officials should have a great advantage in these aspects. After all, in terms of eloquence and ruthlessness, the martial artists who started from training their muscles didn't have much of an advantage. However, there were two fatal problems. Firstly, the civil and military officials of the current dynasty were lowly and powerful. After all, the Sky Demon had come with a menacing aura and wanted to judge a hero based on his or her military exploit. This caused the military officials to become arrogant and willful. They dominated the general trend of the era and naturally suppressed the civil officials. Secondly, these vulgar martial artists were too good at fighting. Especially among martial artists, there was no lack of people who kept their promises. If they said they wouldn't beat you to death, then they definitely wouldn't beat you to death. These heroes were all highly skilled in martial arts. They had practiced to the point where they could control their attacks as they pleased. What they paid attention to was the meticulous detail. They would obviously beat you to the bone, but afterwards, not a single flesh wound would be seen. Therefore, even though there was no lack of scholarly and swordsmanship families among the civil officials, they were still scholars who had studied hard since they were young. They could not compare to those murderous people who had been brandishing swords and spears since they were young. They were often beaten to a pulp. In this kind of grim situation, in this post-apocalyptic world where etiquette and music had collapsed, in this desperate situation where the scholars had no dignity at all, the people from the imperial censorate stood out from the group of weaklings. The imperial censorates of the imperial censorate were imperial censors. They were responsible for supervising the officials and had the right to impeach those who violated the law. They were known for their viciousness and poisonous mouth. Once they opened their mouths, they would bite into the bone. In this kind of grim situation of the empire's officialdom, this kind of profession meant that there was a high degree of ridicule and a high degree of risk. However, looking at it from another perspective, to be able to make a name for oneself in a place like the imperial censorate, who would be easy to deal with. Therefore, the imperial censorate naturally became the most powerful department among the civil officials, one of them. There was also a department that was extremely powerful in fighting, called the Ministry of Revenue. These imperial censors, together with the tax officials of the Ministry of Revenue, were known as the empire's two pillars of the civil official system. They were the last hope of the scholars. Every single one of them had a fiery temperament, incompatible with the martial artists like water and fire. Moreover, their fighting strength was extremely high, and they were one of the few who could fight the martial artists to a standstill. In the past, there was a joke that circulated through the court. If you managed to get the position of an imperial censor in the imperial censorate, then congratulations, your cultivation in martial arts and combat experience would already be comparable to the imperial family's martial arts academy's chancellor. In terms of the research of the empire's military's martial arts system, perhaps even the old monk of Sanskrit temple's sutra depository wouldn't know as much as you. Even though this Lord Lu didn't manage to get to the level of an imperial censor, to be able to get to the level of a province's border official, he was also a classic example of someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Even if he didn't become a peerless expert whose name could shake a region, taking down a few elite soldiers from the great general's manor was a piece of cake. In reality, he only took down one of them. The other 3 soldiers from the great general's manor already had ulterior motive. When they saw the province overseer's might, they were immediately intimidated by his domineering aura, all of them dropping their weapons. Then, they were mercilessly pressed to the ground by the guards who snapped back to reality. Lord Lu showed off a bit of his skills in front of the provincial governor's manor's guards. Facing the shocked and admiring gazes of his lackeys, his desire to show off and slap their faces was satisfied a bit. He coldly snorted, but still wasn't satisfied. He gave each of them a kick, sending them all sprawling on the ground, cursing, "A group of brazen scoundrels!" Qian Chunlai was knocked to the ground with a single punch, but he was still grunting. When he heard what was said, he still refused to admit his mistake. Great General won't let this matter rest." Meanwhile, Lu Shoyan's face instead revealed a furious expression. "Humph, this Qi Guanyin is treating me like a monkey. Such a huge matter happened in Ming Province, yet he pretends to be deaf and mute all day, making all sorts of excuses. Now, he even sent you all to coax me into doing something. He won't let this matter rest? Pei, do you think I'm made of clay?" He paced back and forth a few times, his face becoming gloomier and gloomier. After all these years as the provincial governor, he was used to an elegant official life. Unknowingly, he had fallen into the bureaucratic habits of a flowery palanquin. His entire person had become weak, and he was no longer as violent as he used to be when he punched the military secretary and kicked the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes, when the imperial censors went crazy, they would even beat up the civil officials. Fortunately, today, he finally recalled the sense of accomplishment he felt when he won the best of the competition in Fengtian Palace. "Damn it, Qi Guanyin. I've beaten up more officials than you've seen." He gloomily said, "Don't think that he'll be fine after he defected to Tensei Province. Today Lord Lu was just thinking about how to use these 4 scoundrels to ruthlessly cut down Qi Guanyin when he suddenly heard a loud cry, "Lord! Spare me, Lord! I'll confess everything." He turned around and saw that it was one of Qian Chuanlai's companions. His psychological quality wasn't good enough, and he finally couldn't hold it in and loudly begged for mercy. After all, there weren't many people who were daring enough. Qian Chunlai was shocked and shouted to stop. Stop, however, Lord Lu had cultivated in the censorate before, and he often worked with the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to handle cases. After all, he came from the ancient system of public security, procuradorates, and law enforcement. His professional skills and professionalism were quite strong. When he heard what Qian Chunlai said, he kicked him right in the lower abdomen. Qian Chunlai's eyes bulged, his body curled up like a shrimp, and he painfully opened his mouth. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Gag his mouth." These few moves were as fast as lightning and neat as a falcon, reflecting the efficiency and professionalism of the ancient law enforcement agencies. Everyone was stunned. After finishing, Lord Lu turned around with a different face. He asked with a pleasant expression, "What grievances do you have? What inside information do you have that you want to report to me?" The soldier from the general's estate who spoke saw such a pleasant expression and was so moved that he almost peed. We weren't sent by the general." Lu Shouyan's expression changed. "What?" The soldier almost cried out, "It wasn't me. This wasn't my idea. It was all that bastard's idea." He immediately spilled the beans and told Lu Shouyan everything that had happened. Lu Shouyan almost fumed when he heard the whole story. As a provincial overseer who used to be an imperial censor, he was actually intimidated by a mere soldier. It was the greatest humiliation of his career. Splashing death. Bastard army. Inexhaustible army ruffians. Inexhaustible Qiu Ba. In his fury, he went up and punched and kicked him. Qi Guanyan's brother-in-law misbehaved, and he asked me to clean up his mess. What a big face! He even dared to deceive me and spread false information. F*ck. Goddamn Qi Guanyan. He still doesn't King show his face. He doesn't show his face. This was the most infuriating thing. Motherf***. I've been waiting for Qi Guanyan for so many days, and he didn't even let out a fart. Today, I finally heard a fart, and it was you guys who did it. The temperament that he had cultivated all these years as a prefecture overseer was broken. The prefecture overseer was brimming with killing intent as he once again transformed into the flaming whirlwind Lu Shouyan, who was famous in Heaven Worship Hall. He cursed as he beat, "That bastard Qiu Ba. He almost got me killed. Are you trying to trick me into attacking the Zhang family?" That night, Zhang Yinluo put on her armor and wreaked havoc in Bright Province City. She even lifted the roof of the 6 Fan School's chief constable's house and gave him a good beating. After that, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Do you think the Zhang family is so easy to deal with? He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had lost his mind and forgotten his principles, it would have been King interesting if he had foolishly mobilized his troops to besiege the Zhang family. The soldiers from the general's estate were just insignificant people. They had no idea that such a big incident had happened in Bright Province City. They also did not know about the subtle relationship between the prefecture overseer and General Qi. When they heard the prefecture overseer's words, they begged for mercy. "Prefecture overseer. Although Qian Chunlai intentionally hid it from you, it's a fact that young Master Wang has been captured. Young Master Wang is Madame Qi's younger brother and is very favored by her. If you help him, my lord, the great general will surely thank you." If it were any other time, the prefecture overseer would have done such a favor immediately. However, his impression of Qi Guanyan was extremely bad now. He did not care about the life and death of his brother-in-law. However, he thought for a moment. Then, he snorted coldly. "If I capture Qi Guanyan's brother-in-law, will I be able to force him to show himself?" Since he was considering the possibilities of this trip, he asked casually, "What's the thief's name?" "Humph, how dare he pretend to be the son-in-law of the Zhang family? Doesn't he know that Zhang Dabiao is a murderer?" Although these soldiers had been knocked out, they still learned the name and origin of the kidnapper from their companions. When they heard Lu Shouyan's question, they said weakly, "His name is Sun Lang." "Sun Lang?" Lu Shouyan was shocked. "Isn't that one of Hu Shouxin's wanderers?" He and Zhang Yinluo were the first to participate in solving the case of the Marquis of Jing'an's estate. It said that Miss Zhao took him as her husband. How did he become the son-in-law of the Zhang family? Also, it said that night. Why is he involved in everything? Also, this Sun Lang was clearly Hu Shouxin's lackey. After all, in the Wanderers Guild's report on the Marquis of Jing'an's mansion, it was also stated that he was Hu Huishou's distant nephew. So, why did Hu Shouxin send him to Hong City at such a critical juncture? It couldn't be that he sent a letter to contact Qi Guanyin. It was said that Hu Shouxin and Qi Guanyin did not get along. Also, this guy seemed to have beaten up Qi Guanyin's brother-in-law with a raise of his hand. Furthermore, he was tied up and brought to Hong City. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. No matter what, Hu Shouxin and Qi Guanyin were at odds. As the magistrate of Mingzhou, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that ignorant Xiu Ba was still begging endlessly, he said coldly, "You have lost your young master. This is a great dereliction of duty. You did not return to beg for forgiveness from Qi Guanyin and did not risk your lives to take back your young master. Instead, you came here to deceive this official. How dare you?" That horseman begged, "It's not that I don't want to fight the enemy. It's just that Sun Lang's martial arts are too frightening. Lord Lu fought on the front lines of the imperial court all year round and even fought against the Ministry of War under the lead of the imperial censor. Such a fierce man naturally had very little respect for martial arts experts." Hearing this, he sneered, "That Sun Lang is only Hu Shouxin's nephew. Even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, how strong can he be?" In his panic, that person recounted the details that he had previously omitted in detail. At that time, he had been knocked unconscious by the splash, and did not see the scene of Ding Li being cut to pieces with his own eyes. He really could not imagine that such frightening martial arts existed in the world. Subconsciously, he also did not believe it, but now he could not care so much. As expected, Lu Shouyan also did not believe it. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. "Do you think this official is a 3-year-old child? You said that someone was cut to pieces by invisible sword energy? You said that you were knocked unconscious by the waves that surged out of the lake? That Sun Lang came to Mingzhou a few months ago and was working as a wanderer under Hu Shouxin. According to what you said, he is also a peerless expert in the way of the sword? How can such an expert be a wanderer?" He was still angry and kicked a few more times. "You still dare to deceive this official? The number of great masters in the way of the sword in the world who can reach such a level can be counted on 2 hands. Where did Hu Shouxin get to know such a young sword saint? Lord Lu suddenly thought of something, and his expression immediately became extremely colorful. "Fuck," he muttered to himself. "It can't be." The soldiers from the general's estate and the guards from the provincial governor's estate who had been captured just watched the prefecture overseer fall into deep thought. They paced back and forth in the room, their expressions constantly changing and extremely colorful. Beads of sweat dripped down the prefecture overseer's forehead. Hu Shouxin, who was clearly skilled in archery and was not a top-notch martial artist, had actually been able to wipe out the black armored troop. The loyal and devoted Hu Shouxin had actually dared to directly kill the imperial envoy, which was tantamount to rebellion. Hu Shouxin, who had once been a general and was well versed in the art of war, had actually dared to strut around Mingzhou after doing such a big thing. The scheming and astute Zhang family of Mingzhou had actually allowed Zhang Yinluo to help Hu Shouxin that night. The imperial court was unprecedentedly inefficient and silent. Qi Guanyin, who was so good at acting like a grandson, he had suddenly betrayed Marquis Jing'an's estate in Tensei Province. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.